This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, इनको उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste, white for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है, तो सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए थे और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की।
बहुत बदला है, बहुत साफ हुआ है, गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदगी था वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे हैं, बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
People are feeling that this area is their own area, and once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happen.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the 2 boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on Earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High Media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs. Our molecular biology labs, microbiology labs, our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of High Media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs. materials plant. Social awareness. Donating the high-tech, fully functioning skin regeneration laboratory to the National Burn Center, along with training modules, and helping rural children's education at Isha Vidya are spiritually elevating pursuits. The caring and sharing culture they establish among the staff is the rewarding experience indeed. Information technology. The information technology team at High Media enables information flow. Marketing. Marketing and distribution covers about 150 countries globally. Global marketing and on-time delivery of state-of-the-art products at the user's doorstep are handled by a team of well-trained professionals. High Media LLC in the USA stock products for quick deliveries in that region. Visiting technical directors interact with High Media's field force in the US and in Europe on a continuous basis. Awards. Seamless quality awareness at every step has won admirers everywhere. Receiving India's highest quality award twice is a rare feat by any standard. The global scientific community and overseas partners have entrusted a leadership role in High Media. Our dedicated researchers are fully geared up to answer this call. Our vision for the future of a healthy humankind rests on our philosophy of a sound relationship between all life forms. Mother Earth, who has sheltered all life under her benign wings, must be protected. We at High Media respect life. Life is to be honored. Life is to be celebrated. Life is to be adored. For life is precious.
One Mumbaiker has successfully convinced a suburban locality in Mumbai to completely ban plastic, setting an example for the rest of the city to follow. Shonil Damarwala reports.
43-year-old BMC engineer Subhash Dalvi can't forget. 26 July 2005, stuck in torrid rains for over 10 hours. Dalvi came to the conclusion that plastic was the reason the city almost drowned. And although Mumbai may not entirely be plastic-free, today Dalvi has ensured that his area of Vileparle East leads the way for the rest of the city to follow.
ये लाइव एग्जांपल पार्ला में जहां 50 माइक्रोन 100 माइक्रोन कुछ नहीं, कोई भी माइक्रोन की प्लास्टिक बैग जो है, कैरी बैग जो है, हमारा भाजी वाला कोई नहीं देता है.
A one-man green army, Dalvi has successfully managed to convert vendors and residents of this area. The transformation was sealed after Dalvi revealed the results of his shocking survey that over 1,000 plastic bags are used per family in 1 year. That means Mumbai's population in total generates a whopping 300 crore tons of non-degradable plastic waste. Dalvi also points out that while a plastic bag costs 1.5 rupees, its eco-friendly substitute paper costs a mere 30 paise, making it more cost-effective for vendors.
Paper, it takes 2 weeks. And plastic takes 350 years. So that will lie down anywhere, everywhere.
In case you forget to get your own carry bag, there's no need to worry. Just stop at one of these deposit centers and you can get your own bag for a mere 10 rupees.
This market makes going green look easy. In Mumbai, Shonil Damarwala.
जैसे मैडम भी ज्वाइन किया है ना।
Good morning, Marilyn. Do you hear me?
मॉर्निंग।
Yeah, so it is midnight. It is midnight for her, almost 11:30. So
It is.
we are really grateful to you for accepting our invitation and being awake till this hour of the night.
I'm very pleased to be part of this. What a wonderful lead up you've had to the morning session here. Great film footage. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that everybody can see my screen, though. I'm a little worried. If I show my PowerPoint, are you able to see it?
So, Parthaji, are we starting?
Patil sir,
Yes, sir. Yes,
I think
sir.
you can start before.
Yes.
I think we wanted to play the this university's our
Yeah,
song.
we can start, no problem.
Yeah, Parthaji, you have a song? Can you play?
Yeah, I'll play it. No.
Yeah. So Patil sir, please start. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning, one and all.
Yeah.
So, I, Dr. Vishwanath Patil, welcome you all for the second day of an international conference on sustainability, integrated and scientific approach organized by University of Mumbai. So, before starting to the session one, let us have a university song. Partha sir, please.
सुंदरं मंदिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् इदं सुंदरं मंदिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्यशाखाभिरूढम् अमूढादिमुक्तादिहङ्गावयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् सत्यं वदामो धर्मं चरामो नयामो नृणां दुःखभारं लयम् स्वकार्ये रताः सदा जागृताः भवेद्यं भविष्येति तस्मात् भयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवा ध्येयनिष्ठो विभूयात् भयम् युवा स्यात् बलिष्ठो युवा स्यात् गरिष्ठो युवा ध्येयनिष्ठो विभूयात् भयम् यदि स्यात् युवा राष्ट्रकर्तौर्यनिष्ठा समानेकतत्त्वं विलोकत्रयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्भापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् वन्दामहे भारतं पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम् वन्दामहे भारतं पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम् अत्रैव सर्वे प्रतिष्ठापयामो ममत्वेन सार्धं समत्वं वयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया कुम्भापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम् कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्यशाखा विरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विहङ्गा वयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम्
Thank you, Parthaji. Once again, I welcome you all to the first session of the second day of the conference. And we are having 4 plenary talks in this session. And the session chairperson is Mr. Hemant Tambe. So Mr. Hemant Tambe, sir, is working as a head of acrylics South Asia in BASF India Limited. BASF India Limited is one of the world's one of the largest chemical manufacturing company. Mr. Hemant sir is having more than 25 years of diverse experience in strategic planning, new business development, distribution and channel management, key account management, and product management. He has hands-on experience in handling diverse product portfolios across the value chain of the chemical industries. Mr. Hemant Tambe is actively working with various NGOs on CSR projects. He is an active alumni member of RD National College, Bandra. He played an instrumental role in setting up the 200 liter per day laboratory effluent treatment plant at RD National College. The wastewater coming out of all the laboratories like chemistry, biology, physics is treated in the effluent treatment plant. The recycled water is then used in toilet flushes for mopping the floor and watering the plants in the garden. RD National College is the first college in Maharashtra to start this kind of initiative under the guidance of Mr. Hemant Tambe. Under his guidance, RD National College is also taking one step further towards a greener future. College is planning to set up 65 kilowatts peak solar power plant on the campus, and Mr. Hemant is playing a very instrumental role in setting up the solar project on the college campus. Mr. Hemant Tambe has also played an important role in the organization of this international conference. Sir, we are very fortunate to have a dynamic personality like you as a chairperson of this session. On behalf of organizing committee and my personal behalf, I welcome you for this session and I request you to take the charge of the session. Hemant sir, over to you.
Thank you, Patil sir. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone once again. This is a really great pleasure and honor for me that I'm part of this conference, and I'm a part of this as a chairman. As Patil sir mentioned that I have more than 25 years of experience in mainly in the strategic planning, sales and marketing and business development. But yes, fundamentally, if you look at my academic, it is mainly I am from a technical background from the university. But today I am more commercial and less technical. So this is a really good opportunity for me. If you look at that in the first half of this session, the plenary session, there are a lot of good technical people are presenting their papers. And this is really good opportunity for me to understand, learn from them in area of the sustainability here. So thanks once again for giving the Bombay University, giving me the opportunity here. I welcome the first presenter of this plenary session, Professor Marlene Brown. So this great, good welcome, Professor Marlene Brown to this conference. I just take the pleasure to introduce Professor Marlene Brown. So Marlene Brown is a reagent professor in the School of Public Policy. She joined Georgia Technology in 2006 after 22 years of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, where she directed several national climate change mitigation studies and become a leader in the analysis of inspiration of the energy future. Dr. Brown's research examining the clean energies transition, modeling and evaluating the impact of technology advances supporting policies and their social, behavioral, and economical consequences, with the social emphasis on the equity. Her most recent book include Empowering the Great Energy Transition, Columbia University Press 2019, and Fact and Fiction in Global Energy Policy, John Hopkins University Press 2016. Dr. Brown has authorized more than 250 publications. Dr. Brown co-founded the Southeast Energy Efficiency Alliance and chaired its board of directors for several years. She has served on the board of the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy and the Alliance to the Save Energy, and was the communicator with the Bipartisan Policy Center. Dr. Brown has served on the 8 national academic committees, and he is an editor of Energy Policy and editorial board member of the Energy Efficiency and the Energy Research and Social Science. Welcome once again, Professor Marlene Brown. And now the stage is to you. That's yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Patil. I am having technical difficulties, and I'm hoping that Dr. Bambole might be able to assist by showing the slides from her monitor while I speak to them. And if that doesn't work, I'll provide a very short summary of what my beautiful slides would have been able to share with you. Dr. Bambole, is that going to be a possibility?
That's okay, Professor Brown. That's okay, because I think you don't require the slides. That's because of you looking at your knowledge.
All right. Well, I'll work my way through. Starting with the big picture about how climate change risks are confronting every country of the world. And you so elegantly showed that with the film footage just now. And tackling those risks head on presents opportunities. So that's a great focus to have for this conference. We need creativity, innovation to create the climate change solutions at scale, speed and scale necessary to confront the changing climate. I want to talk a little bit about the Drawdown Georgia project, which is an activity I've been working with for 3 or 4 years across many universities in the southeastern US, where we focused on trying to identify solutions that are specifically appropriate to a region and not just looking for the global solutions that many have already defined. So to motivate action, you need to have solutions that populations can react to and can become excited about. Now, we know the science about needing to constrain the increase in global temperatures to well below 2 degrees C. And we know what that's going to require: greenhouse emission reductions by at least 50% in the year 2030 relative to 2005. And we know how the world is responding. Lots of policies have been implemented. For instance, today...
Ms. Merlin, if you have any problem in sharing the slides, please, we'll support you. Don't worry.
I appear not to be able to share my... I appear not to be able to share my monitor. I don't know what the is.
In your system, in the bottom, you can see one plus icon indicating share. You please go there and click it.
you want me to go to chat and
share screen, entire screen.
share the file, attach the file. Oh, excellent.
And the bottom you have share screen. Select that option.
All right. Okay. Let me see.
Click on entire screen.
All right.
Then say share.
Upload failed. File type is not.
No, you need not upload. You need not upload. Just share your file. That's all. Just click share and then share your file.
Yeah, I did share and then share my slides. You have
No, it is. You are not clicked on share.
Share my computer. Upload the file again. It's not working either. I don't think. Oh, there is something here saying it's uploading.
You need not upload, madam. I don't know what is going on.
It is a 22 megabyte file, so it might take a little bit. And I see it's almost there. Oh, all right, very good.
It's not that lengthy procedure. It is very simple. Maybe you can stop sharing and again start doing it. You can do it from your desktop only. You need not upload it.
Okay, it says it's processing it. You see almost there. There, I see it's in.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yeah. We can see your slide.
So, does that mean that I'm in control of them? No. Oh, can someone else? Oh, I am in control. Look at that. How wonderful. All right. So I'm going to go to full screen. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. I was mentioning that what we need to do to motivate action is to find a roadmap for localities that suit the resources they have and the value systems of those regions. So in the case of Drawdown, Georgia, we're talking about a state in the U.S. with about 11 million people, and we're very different from the rest of the United States. So for us to draw down a comparable amount of greenhouse gas emissions as is needed globally, as I mentioned, 50% by the year 2030, we had to identify a roadmap for the state of Georgia. And while there are many policies and activities and programs globally that have had a significant impact on action, in the state of Georgia, we do not have any goals at the state level, and we don't have any plans. And so 3 years ago, universities across the state decided that we needed a grassroots movement to identify a plan to move forward in our state. And we started by looking at the 100 or so global climate solutions that the Project Drawdown had identified. And these span all of the sectors of the economy. Paul Hawken was the author of that important study, and he identified many options. But some of them simply don't fit the state of Georgia. For instance, we don't have tropical rainforests. We don't have a wind power. We don't have a wind resource. So we had to start from scratch to identify what would be most fitting to a state like Georgia. And we put the 100 solutions from Project Drawdown through a set of sieves, a selection, a set of filters. We asked, is the solution relevant? Is it ready? Is it market ready? So for instance, we're looking at the year 2030, modular nuclear reactors, not quite there, but rooftop solar, definitely. Is there local experience Can we deliver a significant amount of reduction? And is it cost competitive? We're not going to get anywhere if the cost to citizens and communities is great. And then finally, we asked, what are the other impacts that these solutions might have? So here we'd have to talk about jobs, health benefits, equity concerns, and an array of non-carbon considerations. So these are all described in a couple of documents that you're welcome to explore that are referenced here. The bottom line is that we chose 20 high-impact climate solutions, and they're listed here across 5 sectors, spanning the electricity sector. Solar is prominently represented there. Transportation, electric vehicles, mass transit, alternative mobility, not just looking at fueled mobility, but for instance, walking or biking, or in fact, working from home. Those are all alternative mobility options. In food and agriculture, I love the films you just showed about some of the concentrated agriculture options available to us. We looked at composting, conservation agriculture, a plant-rich diet, so not just limited to the traditional solutions, but asking what can we do as individuals to make a difference with our lifestyle, and reduced food waste similarly. Recycling of materials, refrigerant management, and retrofitting buildings is a very important topic for us. In the South, in the state of Georgia, our buildings are very inefficient. So rectifying that's a key solution for our localized roadmap. We also do have some coastal wetlands. We have a lot of forests. So growing more forests, managing our forests are also important. So I'm going to now turn to what we discovered after applying the 20 solutions to the state of Georgia. Well, first we identified what we thought would be an achievable potential for these 20, how much these 20 solutions could penetrate the marketplace in a realistic manner without any forcing or leveraging existing stakeholder interests and acceptance. So electric vehicles, for instance, we thought could easily penetrate 15% of the new sales market by 2030. And large-scale solar, that is utility-scale solar farms, could take up 2 to 11, could grow from 2 to 11% of the entire electricity mix. And this technical potential is the maximum that could be achieved given hard limits on resources and available land and materials. So here, for instance, we know if we were to recycle 95% of our materials, that would be a technical potential and a maximum we'd be up against. 100% of sun-exposed south-facing rooftops being covered with solar panels would be a technical maximum. So we looked at the business baseline forecast, what's achievable, and what could be technically potential, what could be the technical potential. We managed also to develop our modeling a bit, so I won't bore you too much with this, but you have to treat these solutions in combinations because they work together synergistically or sometimes competitively. As an example of a synergism, if you have a lot of renewable electricity, then converting to electric vehicles can reduce carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions much more than if you are using electricity that is generated principally by natural gas and coal, for instance. So that was one synergy that we modeled. And here is our final result for the state of Georgia. It has an net emissions of 127 million tons of CO2 equivalent. The forecast was that it would continue to be about the same over the next decade. We managed to identify a scenario, this wedge diagram, where each of the 20 solutions contributed reasonably, notably here in the picture, bringing emissions down to 79 million tons in 2030 and meeting the 50% reduction relative to 2050. It's very exciting. We met our fair share, could meet, showed a way of meeting our fair share of the Paris Accord. And we can do it at no net cost. Here you have the typical abatement curve for emissions, where you have reductions, some of which save you money, and you have reductions of emissions that sometimes cost you. And when you integrate over the savings and the costs, you can see that our net negatives are greater than our net positives here, meaning that the scenario we've chosen could pay for itself. This is a collage of those other non-carbon attributes, equity in particular, the environment, other environmental issues, water, land use, ecosystem diversity, biodiversity, all of these many other issues that have to be addressed. And we sort of did a kind of a green light, yellow light, and no issue. So carbon reduction by massive electrification of a low carbon grid is one of the themes of our 20 solutions for the state of Georgia. The power sector is leading the way in decarbonizing energy. This is a diagram from the REN publication that comes out every year, and it keeps track of how the globe is progressing in its expansion of renewables. So today, electricity is generated by more than 25% renewables, and this is the composition, hydro being dominant, but wind and solar growing rapidly. But when you look at the forecasts of the International Energy Agency and the Energy Information Administration, you see that the next 10 years is forecast to still be dominant, to still have fossil fuels dominate the electric sector. Here you can see coal is dropping globally, but still the combination of gas and coal is meeting more than 50% of the forecasted generation in the year 2030. So the official forecast for the US and for the globe are rather depressing, which is why we feel we've got to get the message out about the triple bottom line, that we've shown how much can be saved, how people can benefit. So we have the people, profit, and planet triple bottom line consideration that can motivate our societies. Each solution offers a unique profile of benefits and challenges. Consider rooftop solar. Here we have all of the urban areas of Georgia, the biggest urban areas in Georgia here, ripe for rooftop solar. And here we have the farmland, the rural southeast and southwest of the state, ready for large-scale solar farms. But there are issues. We have an urban-rural divide when it comes to solar farms. We have an equity divide when it comes to who has rooftop solar in the cities, in our state, and across the United States and across the world. Similar issues of distribution. One of my favorite solutions is demand response. You heard how I've been involved all my life in trying to promote energy efficient use of energy, the efficient use of energy. And here we're taking that an additional step to talk about the smart use of efficient energy, using energy when it is cheapest and cleanest. So here we have an example of a development where you have, of course, smart thermostats, you have storage in the garage, you have solar rooftop on the buildings, you have a very sophisticated circuit monitoring system, a heat pump for heating and cooling, and a heat pump water heater. Almost all electric. The only exception was that the residents would not accept electric stoves, but we're still hoping to change that because there's some great new electric stoves on the market. The equity issues, even with my favorite solution, this demand response, using energy in a controlled fashion when it is cleanest, still has equity concerns, though. Not everybody has Wi-Fi connected appliances. Not everyone can afford solar. There's a lack of smart meters. Sometimes there's poor internet connectivity. So broadband is not available to everyone. There are mismatched landlord-tenant incentives. The owner of the building has one incentive and the occupants have other incentives. So lots of complications that make this a very tricky area to progress in. So how do we achieve the speed and scale that's needed as described in this book, this best-selling book by author John Doerr? Well, one thing that we're doing in our Drawdown Georgia project is engaging businesses. We have 37 businesses in the state of Georgia that have signed compacts with us to work together. They've committed to divulging their emissions, to planning for net zero by 2050. These are some big names. You know many of them: Google, Coca-Cola, Delta Airlines. So we're very pleased that the business community has come on board because they are a required partner. We're also trying to use what we call persuasion. That is, we're charting the emissions of all of the counties and the cities of Georgia. We do this on a monthly basis, and we publish the results in a user-friendly tracking system. And here, if you want to go look at it, you can just go to that website and see who the winners are and who needs to bring up the performance of those that are still emitting a lot. We're also tracking solutions such as electric vehicles and the enabling infrastructure. Where are the chargers? So here you can see again, the cities have the electric vehicles. The rural areas do not, and there are very few charging stations in rural Georgia. So once again, lots of equity issues and infrastructure issues that need to be tackled. So I just have 2 more slides I want to leave you with. This one is about some cutting edge social science research we're doing, where we're asking what inspires households to adopt multiple climate solutions. That is, to not just compost or have a more plant-rich diet, but how about going ahead and having that efficient heating system and driving that electric vehicle? So how do we get citizens to go from the one-offs to the many solutions? What factors affect an individual to either adopt or co-adopt? Is there co-adoption? ecosystem that we can create where we treat these solutions as bundles where they can be marketed easily, make them affordable and easily available. We think the way to move people from single solutions to bundled solutions is to make sure they're concerned about the climate, that they've got an environmental commitment, that they know how to find these solutions, where to go, how much they cost, how to use them, make sure they're available in their communities, make sure that enabling infrastructure is there, and facilitating policies. So speed and scale requires going further, faster, extending our current practices and imagining a different future. So with that, I just want to leave you with a big thank you for letting me share this story with you. I think that this story can be applied to you in Mumbai and to others anywhere. It's about localizing the conversation and making solutions attractive and appealing to communities everywhere. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Brown. I can see that very, very systematically you have presented this topic. If you want to summarize that, how systematically you said that there are 100 global climate solutions, and within that, then you narrow down to 20, and then the focus area you're working on a 5. It's very, 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 very interesting to know. And you identify various 5 focus area where the region, the country is working on. But if you look at Professor Brown, the India has its own challenges. If you look at if I list out that out 5, I can see that the transportation is the biggest challenge in India for the country, followed with the beyond carbon and electricity. But transportation, if you look at that, we are talking about electrical vehicle, but India is own challenges because we don't have infrastructure, even though we wanted to really come up with the electrical vehicle, and that is our dream. But we don't have infrastructure to set up the electrical vehicle, and that is the biggest challenge. So of course the country wanted to move from petrol diesel to the electrical vehicle, but it will take some time. So if you look at the India, first is what they are doing, they are coming with the first two-wheeler, and then now they are talking about four-wheeler. Yes, four-wheelers, there is some initiatives taken by some OMP, but yes, you can see that India is also moving towards and focusing on the transportation, one of the key mega trend. But yes, if you look at the India is own challenges, but you have identified those area based on looking at the region capabilities and competency. I think that's the message, good message you give, that each region need to identify the focus area based on the capability and the competencies. You are very nicely presented this topic. Second, you talk about electricity, the star of the solution, that is the renewable energy. I like this concept. This is what yeah, this is the area where India can do much do better. If you look at that, currently that renewable energy solar industry started practicing now, but yes, and some in the residential India, some buildings, some big societies started putting the solar energy. Just now the Patil sir shared one of the example that the RD National College is setting up the solar panel. You know, the good advantage of such institutes, even if you look at Mumbai University, out of 12 months, 3 months college or universities are closed because of the vacation or Diwali vacation festival. So this is the 3 months we can generate the additional energy, and that's the benefit of having some setup there. So suppose if the load you require, let's say 200 megawatt, you would actually require only 60 to 40 to achieve the 100% level. So very nicely you presented another good topic, that electricity is the star of the solution. And the last but not the least, the success requires a big business engagement. So yeah, the collaboration between the employees, supplier, and the customer, that's the key for the engagement and the success. Thanks, Brown. Let me see any questions are there in the chat
That was a
box.
wonderful summary. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think I would probably add, from my perspective, the equity theme, that everyone needs to be a winner, right? We need to show how everyone will benefit.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think there is no question I can see here. Parthaji, do you see any questions?
Hemanji, I will
There are no questions.
intervene.
There are no
I
questions.
will
But
intervene for a
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
want to,
Tell me.
yeah, I want to personally thank Professor Madeline Brown to join for joining us at this hour of the night. It is more than perhaps 12:30 for her in the night, and has kept herself awake to join us and to be with us. So I'm very thankful to you. It was a wonderful talk from your side, such a enlightening one where you have covered almost all the topic and given new direction and roadmap for sustainability coming from a such a legend professor. So we would try to see that inculcate it in our daily lives, and also we are coming up with a book of abstract and also paper. So all this guidelines which you have given and showed in your PPT will be incorporated. So I personally thank you from the entire team of ICS 2020 and from on behalf of University of Mumbai for joining us, and we invite you to come here in person and then be a part of university proceedings. So
Thanks.
thank you
would
very
love
much.
to do that. Thank you so much. And to our
And
friend Kiran
and
Viswaswaran, who introduced us. So I appreciate that introduction too.
thank you so much. And I also welcome Professor SM Yusuf. He is Director Physics Group of BRC. He is in the studio. And then for joining us in the studio. And now over to Hemanji for the carrying out the proceedings of the conference.
Yeah,
Thank you so much from my side here. And good
thank
night,
you,
Professor.
thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And thanks, Vaishali, madam. So we are taking the plenary talk 7, Dr. SM Yusuf. So first, let me welcome. Hello. Yeah, let me first welcome Dr. Yusuf here. This take me opportunity to introduce Dr. Yusuf. The Dr. SM Yusuf is currently the outstanding scientist and head of the solid state physics division of BRC. Mumbai. He is also professor at Homi Bhabha National Institute and Dean Student Affairs, HBNI, BRC. Additionally, he serves as the vice president of the Indian Physics Association.
May I interrupt? Sorry,
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Okay, if you don't mind, this is taken from somewhere in the web. This is very, very old one.
Old
Yeah.
one? Okay.
Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Maybe
But,
I have, sir, 1 second, sir. I have a lot of information about you.
no,
I
that's
don't know. I'll,
true,
I'll
but
cover, I think.
it is a very old one. I sent to the organizer the latest one. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
introduction is anyway not required. I can start. I'll be very happy to start.
Absolutely correct. So I think you can start definitely, sir. You don't require introduction. That's
Yeah.
what.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
may I
Thank
start
you,
my
sir. Thank
talk?
you. Yeah, you can start, sir. That's
Okay.
yes. Yes.
Can you see my screen?
No, sir. No, sir. It is not a share. Please click on that plus icon in the middle and click share.
Sorry.
Click plus icon in the middle.
Yeah.
And
Now
click it.
it will like.
Yeah, now it is there.
Yes. And do you see the full view?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Now you can see, sir.
And is it moving? Next slide, you see second.
Yes. Moving, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, for kindly introducing me. So I am Dr. S.M. Yusuf, presently the Director of Physics Group of Bhabha Atom Research Center. And it is my really pleasure to be here. And I must thank also Professor Vaishali Bambole for her kind invitation. And it is a great pleasure to be part of this effort. And I'm really happy that she has come out with this beautiful program. And of course, the previous talk I heard, it was really excellent, and particularly the way it is summarized by chairperson, that is commendable. So today, what I have promised to talk about the magnetic energy materials. So my talk would be to some extent technical compared to the previous one, but that is what my understanding with the organizers. So I'll try to show that how the magnetic materials are useful for mankind and which way they are coming up and they are being used. So I will try to give some examples from our research, what we have been doing at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai, over last nearly 2 decades or so, with my colleagues and friends. So that is what is my intention today, and that's why I have given the title Magnetic Energy Materials, and that is what I work on right from my starting of my research career. And as you know, the magnetic materials, they play the central role in our daily life. And when you talk about the magnets, it starts from the door magnet to refrigerator to hard disks to laptops to cars and where not. So the for everything, the central part is the magnetic material, right kind of magnetic material. So basically, one deals with the orbital and spin moments uh, of a material. And now, when you talk about the magnetic materials, there are various kinds of applications and discoveries and phenomena which are related to magnetic materials. So I have listed many of those. For example, permanent magnets, giant magnetoresistance effect, colossal magnetoresistance effect, magnetocaloric effect, the magnetic exchange bias, magnetic proximity effect, low dimensional magnetism, magnetism in nanoparticles, magnetism high TC superconductors, spintonics, molecular magnets, quantum magnets, spin Seebeck effect, and whatnot. Now, in today's talk, what I propose to do that I'll be taking mostly 3 subtopics, which is close to my interest, and we have worked in these subtopics. One is high magnetocaloric effect materials, and then the next one is just 1 second. The high magnetocaloric effect materials, that is where I'll be giving examples in the area of magnetic refrigeration. Then another area I want to talk about where the magnetic materials, they show magnetization reversal, that is and that magnetization reversal phenomenon can be used for magnetic memory and magnetic sensor applications. And third area where I'll be showing one example that how magnetic nanoparticles can be exploited for practical purposes. Now, when you talk about the magnetic materials, as you know, we deal with 3D transmetals mostly, and of course rare earths, and in very special cases actinides. But so mostly our life goes with 3D transient metal like iron, nickel, cobalt, manganese, chromium, and so on, and rare earths, all these Dy, Nd, Gd, and holmium. So basically, we deal with 3D electronic state and 4F electronic state where there are unpaired electrons. So I come to the first topic, that is magnetic refrigeration, that leads to the high magnetic caloric material, and I'll show that how these materials are good for magnetic cooling, because as you know, this cooling is a very important aspect in our life, whether it is industrial or home or offices, and how to get the cheaper way of cooling. So there are many ways, but magnetic cooling is yet another which has been drawing interest of scientists, and scientists have been working on this, though we are yet to see in the market any cooling devices which based on magnetic principles. So I'll be touching upon that. And now, when you talk about the magnetic materials, what I mean by this, that there is a magnetic phase transition from disordered state to the ordered state around this temperature. It can be here you see around 300 room temperature, there is a phase transition of this TbCO Fe material. And of course, this phase transition temperature can be tuned depending upon what is this concentration of the 3D elements iron. So here you see terbium is rare earth, cobalt, iron, they are 3D. As I said, this is a combination alloy of rare earth and 3D, and how this phase transition is taking place and tuning is possible. But what happens when there is magnetic phase transition of this nature, sharp nature, the associated entropy, magnetic entropy change could be quite large. So what one exploits or can exploit the change of magnetic entropy across this magnetic phase transition. And this is what is shown here. And now this is another material where again the magnetic entropy change as a function of temperature, as you can see, and what is called the relative cooling power. So basically it is the integration over the cold head and the hot head over this delta Sm, that is the change of magnetic entropy, and you integrate over the temperature and you get it. So when this kind of materials, see, for practical purposes, what you need to do at a given temperature, let us say room temperature 300K, then you need to have cooling right from 300K down to your desired temperature. So one particular material is not expected to cover the entire temperature range of cooling, because as you see, there is a finite width for a given material where the significant cooling or magnetic entropy change takes place. So one can have the cascading effect by taking different kinds of materials in a cascading manner, and one can achieve the desired temperature. So we have not only we have worked on the fundamental aspects of that, published a lot of papers, but we have being in Bhabha Atom Research Center with my engineering friends, we have also developed a prototype magnetic cooling device where we can put the put magnetic material and we can measure how much is the magnetic cooling, how much is the temperature drop. And this design aspects, it is given here engineering drawing, and what there are different components: magnet design, MC sample design, magnetic caloric effect sample design, mechanical design, control module, thermal hydral design, and so on. So thermal hydral design, see, it is shown here, and as you see, this is a complex drawing. Basically, essentially, the magnetic cooling effect has to be taken into account. This was done in collaboration with the reactor engineer P. Haldar, who is in BRC. This is the photograph what we have developed. You see, this is the particular material where it gives magnetic cooling in this kind of thin sheet, which is put inside, and this is the permanent magnet. At room temperature, it gives about 1 Tesla magnetic field, and when this magnetic material it comes under magnetic field and it is taken away, so there the magnetic cooling takes place. And how to take out the heat, and so these are the arrangements, and I'm giving some specific numbers. For example, if one takes pure gadolinium sheet, then what kind of this magnetic heating or cooling one can get, the nearly 400 joule for applied field of 1 Tesla. So this is the detailed arrangement, and you see this is the setup, how it works. We have this rotating stuff where you have this magnetic material which gives large magnetic cooling, and it passes through magnets. We have kept 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 we kept just for additive purposes, so it keeps getting added up, this cooling effect. But of course, it has to be done in a very phased manner. That is what is done, and this is the setup which is there in our laboratory. And here, what you see this, I have after doing the measurement, we see the magnetic cooling is shown here. And for this temperature, for example, gadolinium, silicon, germanium-based alloy, this is the cooling what I am showing here. But I can show a small video. So where you see that under magnetic field, when it comes out, then there is a drop of temperature. So this is what you see, temperature dropping. So again, you see when it comes out of the magnetic field, then there is a cooling, and this is what is exploited in magnetic cooling. So this setup actually we can use for testing of all suitable magnetic materials and to see how much magnetic cooling is there. And that's why we call it is a magnetic cooling test device. So, but the higher version of this will be the real magnetic refrigerator, and that is what we are working on. Now, another subtopic which is very, very close to our interest is another based on one magnetic phenomenon which is called magnetization reversal. And there are various materials we have worked on and we have shown. In fact, we are the first group internationally to establish that magnetization reversal phenomenon based on negative magnetization is a phenomenon. It is a genuine phenomenon of magnetic materials and it can be exploited. So this is what we have established, and you will see that in my presentation, and this can be used for magnetic memory and sensors. Now, when I say magnetization reversal, what I mean by that, there are certain ferrimagnetic materials where if you do the DC magnetization as a function of temperature at a particular applied field, you see this here paramagnetic state, so no, magnetization almost not there. Then magnetization develops at the magnetic phase transition temperature, but it goes to maximum, but then it changes the direction and goes to zero and it goes to other side. So the magnetization is negative, and it is not in this particular. This is a molecular magnet. This is oxide, and this is again oxide. So you see the magnetization can go to very negative, and this is without having any superconductivity. So this is what in a well-behaved ferrimagnetic kind of material, the magnetization changes sign. So these two directions, and as I said, we have been working very strongly, and we started, in fact, as early as 2006-7. You see, 2008 we started with the PRL paper and APL and so on. We have written this review article in Physics Reports, that phenomenon of negative magnetization and its implications, and it has been doing well. As of now, it is 203 times cited and so on. So this is the very first experimental viewpoint on this phenomenon. This is what we can claim. We have not only done the experiments, but we have also done the mean field calculation to understand this polarity reversal of magnetization from positive to negative, and published in this kind of journals. This is one example. For example, it is in spinel ferrites, how see magnetization is changing sign. And by doing neutron diffraction experiment, powerful neutron diffraction, we have explained that how this green one, how the magnetization can change sign. What is seen here by measuring the red and blue is we have measured the magnetic moment of individual magnetic sublattices as a function of temperature by doing neutron diffraction. As you know, there are two sides, tetrahedral and octahedral side for ferrite. So B side is the octahedral side, A side is the tetrahedral side. We can measure and get the net moment, which is changing sign. So this kind of microscopic understanding we get from neutron. We keep doing it. My PhD student Deepak, a very recent paper, as you can see here again, we have explained this kind of. But what happens? You see, not only the magnetic sign change, but along with that, there are other physical property changes. For example, exchange bias also, you see the polarity reversal, and many of you know that exchange bias is another fundamental, physical property of the magnetic material, which are very, very useful for magnetic recording purposes. And also dielectric constant, you see the change around the same temperature where the magnetization is changing sign. So there are intertwined various physical properties along with this phenomenon. This kind of understanding and exploitation we have worked on. So what I want to say here, that the magnetization, as you see, there are two signs, positive sign and negative sign, and it is changing from positive to negative at a particular temperature. At a given temperature, let us say by, for example, for this material at this temperature, you can have both the states depending upon what is the field value you are applying, 1 kilostate or 200. So that means one can have two magnetic states, that 0 state and 1 state. And as you can imagine, so these are good materials for this magnetic memory devices. So this is what. And this kind of phenomenon we have also observed in magnetic nanoparticles. This is 4 nanoparticle. What you see, this is the core and this is the shell. This is the interface. So as you see, magnetization changes sign. Exchange bias also changes sign. And we have shown that this kind of phenomenon can be used for thermally assisted magnetic random access memory. So because we have the storage layer and the reference layer, the storage layer actually can be made of this kind of material which changes magnetic sign. The magnetization changes from positive to negative when you change the temperature. So how does it work? See, as you know, in magnetic recording purposes, one applies magnetic field, but applying magnetic field is cumbersome from practical point of view. But here is a case: if we simply pass electric current, and if we can heat this material by few degrees, so one can change the polarity from positive to negative. Because as I showed you, from the polarity can take place as a function of temperature. So by sending current, one can have the both the states, the current zero or current of some finite. And that is the best, easiest way to do have this thermally assisted magnetic random access memory. So this is what we have proposed. Now, when there is a change of magnetic polarity, and earlier also I talked about the magnetization, the change of magnetic entropy delta Sm. Now, if you have this situation, change of magnetization, magnetic polarity is changing. So, along with that, if you calculate the magnetic entropy, that means clubbing both the concepts, that magnetocaloric effect, magnetic entropy change, and the magnetization reversal. If I put together, then I see change of magnetic entropy across this compensation temperature where the polarity, magnetization polarity changes. So, and what is the consequence of that? This positive delta Sm, I am plotting minus delta Sm to the positive side and negative sign. What is the consequence of that? Say it is another material, where again we have seen this entropy change of sign. So this part is called cooling. It gives the cooling, magnetic cooling, and this part gives the magnetic heating because sign is changing, and we can exploit this across this magnetic compression temperature. Suppose I can have a constant temperature bath using this principle. How does it work? Constant. I want to have a bath, temperature bath, which is which will remain constant, on its own, the self-driven. I don't have to apply any external force, external perturbation. Now, for example, I started my temperature 15 K. So due to magnetic cooling effect, temperature will drag down. Suppose I want this temperature 13.1 K is the stable temperature, which will be the compensation temperature, that where magnetization changes sign from positive to negative. So my system, my temperature bath, if I have to design a temperature bath which has to work at a particular temperature, so I have to look for a material where this compensation temperature is that temperature. Here it is the 13.1. Now, how this cooling? Because it is the self-driven cooling, because this is the delta minus delta Sm is positive over this. Now, suppose it overshoots, it is on the other side, let us say lower temperature side, so it will be heating. So like this, so both cooling and heating will take place, and as a result, it will try to maintain when there is external heat perturbation, whether cooling or heating. So it will try to maintain this constant temperature bath. So this is called magnetic cooling and heating based concept of a constant temperature bath. Now, magnetic actuation point of view, I'll give some example. So there I will take the help of magnetic nanoparticles. For example, here I am showing from our work the nanoparticles of gamma Fe2O3. These are the typical 10 nanometer diameter. This is the particle size distribution, log normal, and so on. And then this kind of magnetic nanoparticles we have studied and shown that at room temperature, they're highly magnetic. There's huge magnetization of this magnetic nanoparticle, and we have loaded these magnetic nanoparticles in medical grade polyurethane, and this kind of magnetic membranes we have made. So these are magnetic membranes because polyurethane and this medical grade polyurethane and the magnetic nanoparticle. And with this, he's a surgeon, heart surgeon from Fortis Hospital, Chennai. So we patented US patent, European patent on this kind of magnetic membrane and its application for artificial heart pump support. See, when a patient, uh, heart does not work at all, then artificially how it is done, there's a pneumatic means. The patient has to be in hospital, and then helium cylinder is attached to that, and by passing the helium cylinder, actually the artificial heart pump support system works. But in that process, what happens? The cables pass through the chest, and it causes major infection. Patient cannot go home, and so can we have a device which will be implanted inside once for all, and then actuate the device by magnetic means from outside without having any physical connectivity through wires and cables? So that is the concept, because as you know, magnetic field, and this is what you see, the magnetic membrane which we prepare, that can have to and fro motion under the magnetic application of magnetic field. And this is the device I'm showing in a large way. So this is the device, and this is the schematic of the heart, which surgeon we could do. And in the patent we have mentioned that basically this is our magnetic membrane, the carbon. So it can have this to and fro motion, and this is one magnet. In one case we will have permanent magnets, another case outside, inside will be permanent magnet, and outside the body the patient will carry in a bag a small electromagnet, and under these two magnets it will have this effect, this motion of this way, that way. So in one case it will push the blood out, another case it will take the blood in. So this is the displacement pump, and it can have other purposes. For example, when the patient the diaphragmatic paralyzed, in this case also can be used. It can be also used to emptying the urinary bladder, which happens at for aged person. So there are multiple purposes which you have put in this patent, European and US patent. One more area which we have been working, and this is of interest to us, that is the ionic conduction materials. And I'll be giving some examples that high ionic conductivity material. For example, here it is the garnets. Why do you see here the ionic conductivity sigma as a function of temperature in centigrade scale? The conductivity, it grows from 10 to minus 10 to 10 minus 2, this kind of variation, 8 orders of magnitude at a very reasonable temperature, 450 degrees centigrade. So as you know, so this kind of temperature variation, conductivity variation at this quite low temperature, below 500 degrees centigrade, that is what is desired for SOFC material. And by the way, this was in collaboration with Pune University, as you could see, the joint collaboration between BRC and Pune University. And so this is an example that these are very good SOFC material, because normally SOFCs are operating at quite high temperature, 800 degrees centigrade or so. So running cost is the issue, but here at quite low temperature, it can do the job. Now, here we have shown the physics point of view, how these oxygens are propagating into the lattice. So these are the oxygen paths. By doing powerful neutron diffraction experiment using their facilities, what we have built at Dhuba Research Reactor at Bhabha Research Center, Mumbai. So this is what, by doing this kind of analysis we do. We have been working also on sodium-based battery materials, and see this kind of battery material, how sodium propagates in the lattice at this kind 300K, 725K. These are the pathways for sodium to propagate in the lattice. Because if you want to use this battery material, how it works, so that we have done, and we have published recently in this journal, Physical Chemistry. See what you see here, and this kind of information comes by doing neutron diffraction. This is yet another example, again sodium-based conduction material, how sodium propagates in the lattice, and this was in applied energy materials. Then this is yet another example. This is on this spinels, applied electronic materials, how the both ionic and electronic conduction takes place in this kind of material. The very last example, what I want to tell you, that magnetic materials can be very hard or very soft. Very soft, when you do the hysteresis measurement, magnetization as a function of field, if hard materials means corrosivity will be very large, soft magnets mean corrosivity is very small. You need to apply very small field to have the saturation magnetization, and we have been working on both. For example, this garnet, as you see, this magnetization as a function of temperature, even at 200 roasted field, and you know, you can see this curve. Magnetization is a function of magnetic field at room temperature, 27 degrees centigrade, very low field. This is a kilostate. Very low field is good enough to saturate. So this is a very soft magnet. At the same time, its QD temperature is 300 degrees centigrade. So at room temperature, this is what is the room temperature. At room temperature, it is highly magnetic but very soft. So these have very good application. Soft magnet at room temperature. This is another example. Ferrites. Again, you see very low field. Even at room temperature 310 K, you see very low field is required to saturate. This is an example of soft magnet. Corrosivity is only 100 roasted. Okay. See, we have been working very heavily on molecular-based magnetic materials, and they are very, very soft. See, very low field is required to saturate. So this is what these are molecule based. You have metal atoms, you have organic ligands. So this is the way. As you see, lots of publication in this sub area. We have been working on molecule based magnetic materials, but molecule-based magnetic material can be also very notorious. They need not be soft. For example, here is the case of this oxalate and fen group-based molecule magnetic material. The crystallographic structure is like this, and these are our published papers. Here, if you see the hysteresis loop, the corrosivity is very, very high. I mean, 3.2 Tesla. You know, can 1 Tesla 10 to the 4 Gauss. So this kind of record corrosivity we observe even in molecular magnet because of the chain-like structure, you know, crystal structure. So this kind of, but what is the advantage of molecular magnets compared to inorganic magnets? See, inorganic magnets, either ferrites, garnets, or all these, density is 7 to 8 grams per cc, you know. But molecule-based magnetic material being, uh, you know, organic stuff mainly, so density is very, very low, 1 gram per cc. So as you can imagine, this your laptop, if you can make this all this you know, storage place by this molecule-based magnet, then its weight will be 1/10, because 8 gram per cc will become 1 gram per cc. So the very lightweight. So lightweight is not just for point of carrying, but also the energy, how much it takes to run the system. But there are challenges because molecular magnets, as of now, the stable molecular magnets at room temperature, it is hard to achieve. Their magnetically ordered state is below room temperature. That is the challenge we need to overcome. So we have been, and all over the world, people have been working in this direction. So with this, let me summarize my talk. Today, I touched upon the area of magnetic materials, and I wanted to show that energy, when we talk about the sustainability and energy, solving the energy issues, magnetic materials, they play a very, very important role. Magnetic energy in our life is very important. It is being used in various devices, various applications, whether it is at home or industry or laptop or computer or sensors, actuators. In my talk, our research areas over these years, I picked up some sub areas where I showed that magnetic energy can be exploited further. For example, magnetic entropy can be exploited for magnetic refrigerator. There I showed the example that how this magnetic cooling can be achieved, and we have made the device in our laboratory. I showed you that type magnetic cooling device. I also showed the another new phenomenon of magnetic materials, that is called the reverse cell, the sign reverse magnetic moment or magnetization from positive to negative. So positive is one state and negative is another state, 1 and 0. So they are good for magnetic memory and sensors. I also showed that this magnetization reverse, along with that, there are other physical properties like exchange bias or dielectric effect. They also show the interesting change of polarity reversal. So they can be exploited really in magnetic sensors. I also showed that how the magnetic nanoparticles, when they are magnetic at room temperature, how they can be used for making magnetic membranes, biomedical applications, and how magnetic energy, magnetic field can drive these magnetic membranes for applications. And finally, I touched upon the soft and hard magnets and their role, because soft magnets, particularly molecule-based magnetic material, their density will be nearly 110, which will be real bonus for making any magnetic device in terms of its electricity consumption to run this facility, and also when you carry a magnetic a transformer, you know how heavy it is. But if you can be made out of molecule magnets, so it weight will be 1/10, So you can imagine how beautiful it will be. I must acknowledge my many colleagues over the years who have contributed in this sub area, as you see, big list, and Amit Kumar, MD Mukaddam, P. Haldar, P. Bhatt, A.K. Bera, G, my many students, Ghanate, Vikas, Deepak, and many other collaborators which have shown, including the heart specialist, surgeon, Dr. K. Balkrishnan. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you very much. Very detailed and good technical presentation. Nicely presented it how the magnetic material play a very important role in our daily lives. Product like laptops or refrigerator. You broadly cover three technologies: magnetic refrigeration, the magnetic cooling phenomena of a negative magnetizations and its implication, and the magnetic cooling and the heating, that the concept of constant temperature bath. And the last, you cover the topic of what type of different type of magnetic material, and then how they soft and the hard, and how they behave at the various temperature, and the significance of that into that, and soft and hard. But sir, I can tell you one important thing, that that in the beginning I said that I am not through technical person, but you very nicely in the layman language you explain this presentation. So in nutshell,
Thank
if
you.
I can understand, anybody can understand your language. So thanks for really conveying your message very nicely in a simple way. Thank you very much, Dr. Yusuf. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I welcome the next speaker, Shri Binay Kumar Jha. I just quickly introduced Mr. Binay Kumar Jha. Binay Kumar Jha is a director, Swachh Bharat Mission, Government of India. Swachh Bharat Mission is the most important mission of the Government of India that achieved the largest citizen participation. Mr. Jha was earlier working with the Director Development Indian Railway and Deputy Chief Mechanical Engineer Indian Railways. And during his tenure, he worked on an environment-friendly biotoilet project for Indian Railway. This is really something which I really like the idea. Last what is that biotoilet project? Because I remember that the few years back, even BSF also was actively working on this type of project. So Mr. Jha, now the stage is yours.
Uh, Thank you, Hemantji. And first of all, I thank. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir, you are audible very much.
Okay. So I thank Professor Vaishali, Professor Patil of University for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. Right now, as we have seen how Dr. Yusuf was giving a very highly technical session. So here from this will be the practical session how government of India and how Swachh Bharat mission is managing the solid waste, liquid waste of the country. And now we are in the second phase of Swachh Bharat mission. So I'll just share my PPT and then take you to the what exactly government of India is doing in this direction. Is this whether just share this?
Please click on that plus icon, share. Click upon that. Then say, yeah.
Yes.
Then say share screen.
Yeah, share screen. Yeah.
Then you click on the entire screen.
This one.
Then one blue button will be enabled. Share. You need to click.
Is it visible?
No, not yet.
No, no, not yet.
Click on share, then share screen, then the entire screen, then click on share.
That's
Four steps there.
So what I can do, I have sent this my PPT to Professor Patil. Professor Patil, can you share from your side? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But you can try, sir, once again. I think it's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
easy.
I'm
Pankaj, sir,
trying.
can you
I'm trying.
explain again step by step?
That share screen I am getting.
Yeah, then click on the share screen.
Share
At
screen.
the
Yes.
bottom, you'll see that share screen. Click upon that. Then one window will open up. The entire screen. Where your desktop will be visible. Click
Yeah,
upon that.
entire screen. Yes.
Yeah,
Entire
click on that
screen has
entire
come.
screen.
Yeah.
Allow.
Yeah.
Yeah, then click
And
share.
when you correct, then go to the folder. When you see the entire screen, go to the folder, relevant folder.
Now your screen is available.
Yeah, now it's visible now. We can see your slide.
Alright.
Yes.
Okay.
Just make a
Thank you.
slideshow.
Thank you.
There is icon at the bottom. Yes, now I can see the slideshow. Yes. Good.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So, regarding the Swachh Bharat mission was the carrion call by our Honorable Prime Minister. It started on 2nd October 2014. So now we are in the 8th year of Swachh Bharat mission. We are in the second phase of SBM. The first phase, what was the objective at the time of 2014? It was just eradication of open defecation in all our statutory towns. So right now we have 4,500 cities, and the open defecation was very rampant at that point of time. So this was the first objective, and the second objective was 100% scientific solid waste management in all our statutory towns. And the behavior change Jan Andolan. It is one of the biggest Jan Andolan in the country. And what were the focus area of Swachh Bharat Mission? Swachh Bharat Mission focus area was construction of individual toilets, community toilets, solid waste management, IEC and CB. And the first phase was of 62,000 crore, and the share just we will go to the what was the government of India and state government share, because these all programs are centrally sponsored, though, to all the stakeholders are given participation so that they own project. And the second mission, second SBM2, this was started in last year, 1st October 2021. So now we will be covering 1 year of SBM2, and SBM2 is approximately 1,41,000 crore is the value of this SBM2 project. So what we achieved, our achievement is all our cities are ODF now. I'll be covering what is ODF for the so that everyone can understand. Also covering what is ODF plus, ODF plus plus, and water plus. So these are the count how what we have achieved during last 7-8 years. 66.9 lakh individual household toilets made, 6.42 lakhs community and public toilet made. And also I'll be covering what exactly is the star rating, garbage free star rating, how we are rating the cities, and in my subsequent slides. So what was happening, every state government has different different nomenclature for phenomena. Someone is telling ODF. Someone is telling. Someone has a definition of ODF different. So we have from the Mahua side, we standardize the protocol. So this was the first step to standardize what exactly is the ODF. ODF is access to toilet facility for all. ODF plus, it means the all that whatever toilet has been constructed, they are in usable condition. And ODF plus means toilet has been constructed, usable condition. Even the fecal sludge is properly managed. So these are the number of cities where that is being practiced. And again, we further moved forward. It's a water plus. Water plus says that you do all these things plus 20% of the water you have to reuse in different applications. Our 9 cities are following this. So the protocol was made for the whole country. The second was in the solid waste scenario, there were again no definition. So we made one protocol that is a star rated, like hotels are star rated. So on the sanitation parameter also, the cities are star rated. 1 star, 3 star, 5 star. So in the protocol, 1 star says that X much percentage of waste is being processed, Y the collection, and different parameters are there. There's a full protocols, and it is the standard protocol for the country. So all our cities are gradually participating in this. And right now, this is the status. Last year, we certified 5-star cities are our 5-star cities. You might have heard Indore cities last 5-6 years. They have they have done really miracle in the sanitation field. And with the sanitation increased and enhanced sanitation, they are getting a lot of investment throughout the world. From all the companies are establishing their head office, their units in Indore. So the sanitation and cleanliness gives an indirect benefit to the cities. These are some of the statistics. Another area, what we did in the SBM 1 and what we are following and further increasing and enhancing the toughness of the question and toughness of the syllabus is the healthy competition among the cities. So this is one of the best enabler for the cities to move forward. So Swachh Sarvekshan. So every year we rank cities according to their sanitation parameter. It's a protocol. It's a full-fledged protocol is there. So and how we moved, you can see in the graph how the cities have headed. Initially, we started with only 73 cities. Now, approximately all our Indian cities are participating in it. And 2022 award is still, we'll be doing it soon. We'll be declaring the result very soon. And this is the award for which all city municipal commissioners, mayors they take it very seriously. And this is the scale this year. What we have, this 4,355 cities participated, and it was visited by 2.12 lakh locations, 1.14 crore citizen feedback taken, 23.38 lakhs collected, and these are some of the statistics. Just show you about the scale of this survey. And apart from that, now in the SBM2, we are also this. You might have heard that manual scavengers and sewerage. There is a lot of deaths in sewerage. So we are also now. Our motto is no manhole. It's all machine hole. Only machine will move inside the sewerage, and this we are propagating in our whole country. So the name is for this for even the Safai Mitra Suraksha Challenge, we just started one competition. How cities are saturated now. Our focus is to make all cities saturated through this mechanized cleaning. To run the mission, it is not possible if you are lagging in the IT. In the IT also, for this use scale, we have leveraged the IT platform also. We have a Swachhatam portal where all the cities put their data. That is with us. All sanitation related parameter data is Google Twitter is one of the tie-up with Google. You can say actually we have made a public toilet, community toilet, but people should also know. So this, I'll request the audience that this is one of the facility given in your Google map. When you type or speak just toilet near me, you can find out how many toilets are near you, 300, 300 meter, 400 meter. This will also show the direction. So this is with us, all our public toilets, and even you can rate all the toilets on this through Google Map, which is cleaner, so that concerned municipal authorities can take the action. Apart from that, all our these are mapped. All our toilets are mapped. All our facilities are mapped on GIS. And another is very important is the Swachhata app. Swachhata app, if you see, I'll also request all the viewers who are all the participants on this platform, they should download Swachhata app. This is the tool given to the citizen. Like suppose if you see any of the kachade ka dher anywhere, you can just click a photograph and send it. It will go to the concerned municipal authority, and they have to clear it within the 48 hours, because they are marked on this parameter in the overall cities ranking. So they take it very seriously. Just I'll show you the magnanimity of the best scenario in our country. So you see, presently we are generating 1.43 lakhs ton per day of waste. When our population in the our urban population is 38 crores, which is going to increase by 2030. The West will increase 4.5, but again, I'll tell you what we are doing also. And it is expected by 2050, our this generation will be 11.9 lakh crore. But don't worry, we are very much handling these things in a very safe manner. Have created a facility of 1 lakh ton TPD processing every day. And moving forward in the Swachh Bharat Mission 2, we are committed that we will create and we will process 100% waste management throughout the country. So this is for the benefit of the students who have participated, that what exactly is the composition of waste and how we are using. So generally in the Indian scenario, our organic and compostable waste is approximately 40 to 60%. Waste is approximately 20-30%, where that already this can be like PET bottles, plastics, that can be paper, that can be recycled, and the resource can be recovered. Non-recyclable combustible fraction is approximately 20-30, like clothes. Clothes is also recyclable, but you can have that chappals, those things which you cannot recycle. It has a combustible calorific value that we retrieve, and the construction and demolition waste. So this is also one of the waste composition in our whole. You might have you might have seen this scene every day. All our the vehicles is coming and collecting the waste. So right now we have penetrated approximately 98% of the wards have door-to-door collection facility in the country. 89% of the wards are segregation. Segregation is the whole mantra of solid waste management. We are encouraging heavily that every household should segregate the waste at the source itself. It reduces the processing cost very much drastically. Right now, what I told you, that 73%, we have created and we are processing 1 lakh ton of waste every day out of the 1.43 lakh ton. And in the Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM1, the focus was creating all our cities ODF and solid waste management. SPM2 added one more component. The component is the wastewater. Wastewater, the water that is going, releasing from your household, kitchen water, toilet water, where it is going. So in SBM, we are also trying to treat it before it gets into river, and also some fraction of it to be reused. Apart from that, in the solid waste management, 100% waste processing, 100% waste process required. And then we have a special focus on plastic waste reduction, focus on C&D waste processing facility and legacy. So you might be knowing that we have a legacy dump site in all our country. Approximately 15 crore tons of legacy waste is lying in our country. So in this phase of SBM, we have taken a commitment that we have to remove and we have to all these legacy waste and get rid of old legacy and retrieve the valuable land for the cities. Capacity building and IEC is the component of SBM as well. So these are the new component added in SBM2. We have coined a term that garbage free city, GFC, that ranking that earlier I have covered 1 star, 3 star, 5 star, garbage free city. So what exactly is the garbage free city? What we are doing in this 100%, some of the component of GFC is 100% door-to-door collection, 100% segregation of waste, 100% scientific solid waste management. All legal sites are clean, mechanical sweeping in bigger cities, million plus cities, C&D waste processing facility in all million plus cities, functionality of community and public toilet, treatment of used water, manhole to machine hole, no single-use plastic. These are some of the component of garbage free city protocols. So this is for the benefit of the students, like how the waste is being processed. As I have shown you the waste characterization. So what we are doing and how mission is embedded with its that circularity principle right from beginning. Wet waste, we are doing composting and biomethanation. The cities, those have achieved a better segregation, they are now going for biomethanation. And composting is also there. So we have a policy of selling the compost to the farmers. We are incentivizing them. Further, we are also incentivizing the biomethanation process as well. And in the dry waste, all the recyclables are recovered and they go to the recycle cycle, and all the non-recyclable RDF is going to the cement plant for burning, for replacing the fuel, waste to energy plants, and 10 to 20% fraction is going to the landfills. These are the ideal scenario, what we are trying to achieve. You see, the most preferred is source segregation and 3R principle, composting and biomethanation for the wet waste, material recovery and recycling for the dry waste to energy, and landfill is the least preferred. Circular economy, take, make, use, dispose, pollute. This is the linear economy. Circular economy is make, use, reuse, remake, recycle. It's so that the fresh material requirement of fresh material is very less. We have estimated, we did one study that how India can, what is the potential of the circular economy in India? So you see the statistics, 2030, if India could create an annual value of 14 lakh crore US dollar to 218 billion out of this waste, we can generate, we can save. And by 2050, 624 billion. Apart from that, the GHG emission can also be reduced drastically, 23% and 44% in subsequent. As I told you that SBM is directly, Swachh Bharat Mission has embedded the principle of circular economy, reduce, reuse and recycle. All the dry components are being recycled, promoted to do recycling, and single-use plastic, we are now, it has been banned on 30th June. You might have, you might be knowing this, this use of single-use plastic has been banned. So how, these are just how it is being done, just to show you how it is being done. In the bigger cities, it's automated MRF. all mechanized. Everything is mechanized. Paper, plastic, everything is separated by machines. In some of the area where there is a less, it's a semi-automatic. The West is coming, and the rag pickers. All earlier, we used to see the rag pickers roaming around the cities, but now you can see that phenomena has reduced drastically. What our municipal corporation did, they they just brought them to the MRF center because they have the real knack for segregating these materials. So that is their bread and butter business. So in the semi-automatic, there is a West is coming on a platform and they just segregate. And manual MRF, it's all small places. These are being done. Then all these are weighed and it is going to the recyclers. So it's a full-fledged chain. Another is the waste to energy plants. Now, at present, we have 7 to 8 waste to energy plant functional, and other 25 is in the making. So, bigger cities are going for waste to energy plants, and this scenario in the country. And this is the biomethanation plant. So, as I told you, where there is a perfect segregation, then there we are going for biomethanation. So, Indore has recently gone for a fully 550 metric tons per day of biomethanation plant, and other cities are also adopting this. These are the some of the according to are adopting different methods. This is the pit composting. This is also a very good method, and all our these composts are of good quality, and it's a good demand of these composts in nearby villages and in agriculture. And the CND waste, what we are doing, you might have seen in and around the vicinity of your house, these paver blocks. These blocks are made out of these CND waste only, recycled, and again being used in paver blocks. So these are applications. The what are the things that have been in the plastic waste that has been banned? These are some of the that cutlery, plastic cutlery, plates, cups, glasses, earbuds. These have been banned. Thermocol packaging material. This has also been. This is one of the recycle. This is very much harmful for the environment. So these are some of the waste. Legacy waste. What you might have seen in all of the cities. Most of approximately all bigger cities have this dump site. Now we are in the SBM. We are just remediating all the dump sites and making the area green and breathable. And there is a huge potential of circular economy in the sanitation also, in the wastewater. You see that the toilet, how this fecal sludge is collected and all its solid components are converted into manure, and how in the compost and how the water is being reused. These are the theories how treated solid waste, how it can be reused. So if we see through the wastewater, estimated wastewater generation in the urban area is approximately 72,000 million liters per day, and the sludge generation is approximately 18,000 per day. And in the circularity, the wastewater has a 30 lakh percent days its employment generation, and these are the some of the what are the potential of the circular economy that has been mapped. And what is the revenue we can earn? The revenue is approximately about 10,000 crore of rupees generated through this circularity of waste. I'll be covering just some of the areas, some of the cities that are practicing and what are the potential use of this water. Nagpur is using 110 mld of recycled water in the power plant. Chennai is similarly using recycled water in the industry. So industrial users, these are the areas. Construction also, Bangalore, 4 mld, it's going into irrigation. It's irrigation of the park in the municipal park. It is always better to use the recycled water instead of taking out the groundwater. Similarly, Nanded Township, what they have done. Agriculture also, the Bangalore is using this for the agriculture. Fagwada in Punjab is also doing this for the farmers field. So these are the potential from circular economy and in the monetary terms also. So this is from my side, and now question answer as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you for presenting very comprehensive data about how the government India is taking initiative under the Swachh Bharat mission, which was started in 2014, and then you have taken from 2014 till today. What are the government has taken the initiative in last 8 years, and the focus area including that individual toilet, community toilet, public toilet, solid waste management. Um, also you discuss about IEC, that is information, education, and communication, how this is important for the country. Uh, Mr. Jha, I have certain suggestion, because when after going through your slide, what I suggest, if you present the data, how our country versus developed country or developing countries, with the China or US or the developed country, how our country is doing better, or even that in a statistics you present, how our country was in 2014 and 98, that will give a lot of perspective to the audience and people here, where our country stand among vis-a-vis the developed country or developing country like China. So that bring the seriousness among the people here. So maybe not maybe the next slide or next presentation, I advise you to cover one or two slides that will a good perspective of our what countries initiative we are taking. So this is one
So
advice.
I'll just cover one thing. I want to tell you that most of the developed country, and especially in China, they have given a lot of emphasis on this waste to energy.
Yeah.
They are not dumping and not very much focused on the segregation, just dumping and getting this value out of the waste.
So how many plant they have? You said India 7 to 8 plant we have. How many plant they China is having this then?
China is that statistics I will have to find out. China must be used numbers more than 200,
More than
200. I'll have
200.
to check.
Oh.
Yes, and because they are their principle is waste to energy right from beginning. So here, but our focus is mostly we for the wet waste. We don't want to put all our wet waste into the waste to energy plant. We want to cover the value out of it. So our focus is now the biomethanation plant, the compost from the wet waste. We are very much focused right from beginning about the segregation of the waste at the household level itself. So recently, I'll tell you about the Germany. What recently we have visited Germany for their just for what they are doing. So they are also following the full segregation. They have all their houses have a different bins. So their segregation level is very good, and all the green waste is going to their biomethanation plant. All the dry waste is going. Dry waste is recovery. After recovering, whatever is the combustible fraction, it goes to waste to energy. So mostly RDA based. Ours is also RDA based plants only in our country. We are also promoting the RDA based plant. And the statistics in my next presentation, I will have a comparison between India and China. What we are. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I was on a mute. Sorry, I was on a mute. I have question, yeah, and then just Mr. Dalvi was here. That is the reason I put myself on a mute. Dalvi, Dr. Dalvi is from BMC. So he also has a question. He asked me to ask that question. But before that, I have a question. You said you started this mission in 2014. My question to you that when we started this mission in 2014, what are the challenge we face and how you address those challenges, because it was not easy for country to implement this mission this year.
So I'll tell you, at the time of starting of the mission, our processing was only 18,000 tons in the whole country. Right now, we have created the capacity of processing 1 lakh ton, and gradually in the next 2 to 3 years, we will achieve whatever is the generation. Will achieve that processing. So right now, as I told you, that 1.43 lakh is the generation of waste, and we will definitely reach to the 1.5 lakh capacity and everyday processing. So it's a fourfold increase in the processing capacity in the whole country.
Okay, thanks. Dalvi is here. I think I can see here Dalvi. The
Yeah,
question is from
Subhash
Dalvi
is
is that
there. Yes.
I think you must be knowing that Dr. Dalvi, that
Yes, yes, he is one
I
of
think
our is one
he
of our
visited
star.
his plant. So he was asking what is your observation and the finding about that plant.
No, it's very good. His whatever his MCGM, that is really commendable, and the kind of vermicomposting and the composting quality is really appreciated.
Correct. Thank you. So last and least, I think I want to make one big appeal, because here a lot of audience are there from Mumbai city. You mentioned that you encourage people to implement install that Swachhata app. So my request to audience whosoever is here, please install that app on your mobile. And if you look at the first or second slide, you see that. He has given the star rating certification, but if you look at the sad part of the story, Mumbai is not there in that. So my appeal to all audience that the start education within your society, within your house. We want to be there. Mumbai want to be there as the star rating certificate that 5 in next
Your
3 year down the line.
your neighbor Navi Mumbai is a 5-star city.
I know. I saw that. Nomi Mumbai is there and 5. Thana is also not there. I am from
No,
Thane.
no. They have to they have to work. They have to work.
Correct.
Getting
Thanks, Mr.
5-star
Jha.
certification is not the easy task. Actually, it captures so many dimensions.
Yeah, that's true. But Navi Mumbai got that, so it was not easy. Navi Mumbai, of course, is next to us. Is their neighbor, so we can learn from them. We not have to go
Yes.
all the way to North India or South India. That's thank Mr. Jha. Thank you very much. That I don't see any questions here.
Hemant,
Yeah.
I
Any?
will take a minute from you.
Yeah.
Honorable Sir, Jha Sir, I personally want to thank you from the team ICS 2022 for accepting our invitation to be the speaker. You had given a very wonderful talk. It was such informative and so much of guidelines for us to follow. And I'm sure that about 50,000 people are listening to your talk. So it is going to make a huge difference to the community. And because you have personally reached to the people through this platform of ICS 2022. And from the whole team here and from on behalf of University of Mumbai, and BMC also, Dalvi sir is adding. So we personally thank you and we remain grateful to you for accepting our offer and invite. So Dalvi sir wants to say 1 or 2 lines. So please, I'm handing over to him.
जहाँ सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
सर अपना वो कूपन प्लांट जो था दलवी पैटर्न स्मार्ट वर्मी कंपोस्ट सिस्टम, वी आर इंट्रोड्यूस इन मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस एंड वी are going to make Mumbai University as a zero waste
campus. He has done a lot of thing in some of the campus. I visited that Navy campus, some of the RWAs. They are doing a wonderful job. So this is what we require. Our policy says whoever is generating more than bulk waste generated more than 100 kg of waste, they have to process their, at least the wet waste can be processed at their level itself, so that all the residents can have they don't need to purchase this manure from outside. Whatever green waste they are generating, that can be converted there in the colony, and they can create good flowers in their house.
Yes, sir. Navy example, what is your experience in Navy example and Cooper Hospital, sir?
Yes, Navy, it's good. I have seen that facilities.
Cooper organic farming and
Yes. Cooper Hospital. Yes. So, Professor Vaisali, it was nice talking to you and giving me. I'm thankful that the Mumbai University has given me the opportunity to interact with 50,000 viewers. Thank you.
We will stay in touch.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Look forward for your guidance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, our Mr. Pant is there. I don't see here. Professor R.K. Pant.
He will join in a minute. He's just logging in.
Okay.
He's attempting to log in. We'll just wait for him for a minute. We can see some of the BMC's work being carried out through our videos that can be played in between.
anti-plastic movement.
This is Basti Madras Chawl in Mumbai's Kandivali area. 3 months ago, open drains and garbage dotted its landscape. Today, with the help of civic bodies and local NGOs, its residents have not only been segregating waste since November, but now are also aiming to achieve zero waste through composting.
ये स्लम एक यूनिक स्लम इसके लिए हम लोग कहते हैं कि इसमें घर घर से एट सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन होता है। सूखा और गीला अलग अलग होता है। आप किससे बच्चों को भी पूछेंगे तो गीला कचरा क्या बताएंगे, आप सीनियर सिटीजन को पूछेंगे आप बताएंगे। यहाँ का लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है, आप इनका तमिल या ऐसा लैंग्वेज उन लोगों का है, तो इनके साथ में बात करना है, उनको लैंग्वेज में जाके समझाना है, ये करना है। तो उनका जो द्विभाषी बोलता है उसको ढूंढना है, उनसे बात करना है। ये चैलेंज था हमारे लिए, तो लेकिन अभी लोग अच्छे इसमें ये आ रहे हैं।
The area generates about 100 kgs of wet waste every single day. The BMC has provided 2 separate boxes for segregating waste. White for dry waste and green for wet waste. Every house diligently separates the waste at source. The wet waste is then picked up and put into a nearby biocompost bin. A practice that is followed by all, including young children.
इतना गंदगी थे एरिया में, अभी इतना साफ किया गया है कि सर ने इतना सारा हम लोग को सपोर्ट किया और मैडम ने आके हम लोग को इतना सारा सपोर्ट किया है कि हम लोग भी उनको कोऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ मिलके आज इतना साफ सुथरा है।
इतना अच्छा गाइड दिया है ना दलवी साहब ने कि हमको कि इस तरीके से कंपोस्ट होता है, ये सब ऐसा अलग अलग करना चाहिए। इतना अच्छा गाइड दिए हैं और उसके बाद में हम लोग बताया ऐसा हम लोग करने लगे।
तो हमें तो पहले बहुत प्रॉब्लम, उनसे झगड़ा भी हो गया, लेकिन अभी हमें पता चला कि ये सही बात है और वही बराबर है और हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ सुविधा की,
रोज बदला है, रोज साफ हुआ है, गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा से अपना एरिया पूरा गंदे सीधा वो सब उन लोग ने साफ करके रखा है।
An uphill task at first to get everyone on board, but within only 3 months of training, the area has been transformed. A fact that didn't miss the attention of the Chief Minister himself.
अभी लोगों में पूरा अवेयरनेस हो गया कि गीला कचरा सूखा कचरा क्यों अलग करना है। वो यहाँ पे देखते हैं खुद, यहाँ पे लोग वॉलेंटरी सब काम करते हैं। फिर गीला कचरा जो है कभी कोई नहीं रहता है तो कभी एक्स्ट्रा जो उनका कचरा होता है वो खुद आके यहाँ पे डालते हैं। उनको बहुत सारी प्रोसेस अभी मालूम हो गई कि कचरे का खाद कैसे बनाना है। बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से करते हैं। हर बच्चा यहाँ पे समझता है कि गीला कचरा क्या है, सूखा कचरा क्या है। वो अपने घर में अलग अलग रखने में उनके मम्मी को हेल्प करते हैं यहाँ पे।
The BMC has been facing a major problem of disposing the garbage generated in the city. Currently, its 3 garbage dumps handle at least 7,000 metric tons of waste. The civic body believes that waste segregation at source and composting will bring down the waste at the dumping ground by at least 5,000 metric tons. It also hopes that such stories inspire others to follow their example.
The people are feeling that this area is their own area. And once that feeling is created among them, then that magic happens.
Currently standing in the Bhadran Nagar area of Kandivali here in Mumbai, and these are the two boxes that have been given and kept in front of every house in this basti, which is known as the Madras Basti or Madras Chawl. And this is a very old chawl, about 70 to 80 years old. And very recently, in just 3 months of time, the residents of this area have managed to do something that for years it was not being done, and that is how to segregate waste and also how to compost the wet waste in a pit that they have made in a nearby area. And just 3 to 4 months back, the condition of this area was extremely pathetic, but with a little effort both by the local residents here as well as the NGO who's working with it, it has been successful to make this area not just clean but also to make every person in this area aware about the importance as well as the need to segregate waste here in Mumbai. This is Richa Sharma for Mirror Now here in Mumbai.
Yeah, he's there. Welcome, Professor R.K. Pant to Mumbai University. Thanks for joining this. Professor Pant is there. So I quickly introduce Professor. Can you hear, sir?
Absolutely, I can hear you loud and clear. A very good morning to everyone.
Great. Thanks.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir, and welcome to the conference. I quickly introduce Professor R.K. Pant. Professor R.K. Pant has completed his MTech in Aerospace Engineering from IIT Madras, PhD from Cranfield University, UK. Mr. Professor Pant worked as a visiting professor at the School of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering Nanyang University of Technology, Singapore. Professor Pant received D.P. Joshi Excellent Teacher Award 2050 IIT Bombay in recognition of merit, achievement, and enthusiasm for the teaching and making the lasting impression on the student. He was visiting researcher at the Texas Engineering Experimentation Department of Aerospace Engineering, Texas University. Professor Pant visiting associate professor at the Virginia Technology, Aerospace and Ocean Engineering. Professor Pant has been awarded the President of India's Prize by Institution of Engineers at the 32 Indian Engineering Congress held in the Chennai for his paper titled Design, Fabrication and Testing of Mooring Mast for the Remotely Controlled Indoor and Outdoor Airships. So very interesting topic, elliptical aircraft for the sustainable civil aviation. So, sir, that now stage is over to you.
Currently, he is head of the Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Bombay.
Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen and just want you to confirm that you can see one very awkward looking aircraft on the screen. Are you able to see something or are you able to see only me?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, so fine. So,
You need to
actually
click upon that plus icon where the share is written in the bottom.
Yes, I have done all that. And
but still your screen is not shared, sir.
1 minute. So I'll just cancel it and do it again.
Yeah. Click share, then share screen, then select entire screen, then again click share.
Okay. So it should work now, I think. Right?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay. So,
yes.
friends, I am going to talk to you today about how efforts are being made in making aviation sustainable. That one of the major approaches is to look at as well as hybrid transport aircraft. So I'm going to look at what is the need for sustainable aviation just to set the scene. And then I'll talk about what are the sustainable sources of energy in aviation available today. Then I move on to very roughly on what are the challenges in design of electrical and hybrid aircraft, I'll give you an overview of some aircraft that very soon will be available to us as passengers to fly, hopefully within our own lifetimes. And then in the end, if time permits, I'll touch upon the key design challenges in developing such aircraft. So, we know that around 2% of the global industry produces are human-induced carbon dioxide emissions, and out of these, around 12% is attributable to aviation compared to all transport. So 74% is from road transport, and around 12% is from the aviation. Now, although the volume of the trade of the world by aviation is only a because ships are more used for transporting goods. However, the value of the transportation is 35%. Therefore, it is very much an important contribution. If you look at today's scenario, you see a lot of 80% numbers. Okay. So first of all, 80% fuel efficiency has been achieved by us compared to 9. Then we have also identified alternative fuels, and I am happy to share that there is going to be a special one-day seminar on this in New Delhi on 16th of August on alternative fuels for civil aviation. Then we also know that around 80% of the emissions from the flights are emitted on long distance flights beyond 1,500 kilometers, for which there is no other option today. We have to use only air transportation. And also, the average occupancy of aircraft as a mode of transport is also around 80% all over the world. Now, what are our targets for climate change? We want to improve the fuel efficiency of the whole fleet by about 1.5% per annum. Okay. We also want to stabilize the net emissions, and by 2050 we would like to achieve the emission levels which are half of what we had in 2005. The aviation industry contributes around $1 trillion. Okay, so we have to see that we have airlines have purchased new aircraft, around 12,000 new aircraft costing $1 trillion, and also using very unique methods, which I will talk about in the future. There are ways in reducing a large amount of CO2. Okay. So let's look at a percentage contribution. Light duty vehicles around 60%, medium duty vehicles 23, aircraft 9, others 5. Ships and boats are very low polluting compared to others. And in aircraft is a very small part of the whole pie, whereas the light and heavy duty big contributors. Okay. Now, what are the major technical elements? First, there are 3 elements. One is you can reduce the non-sustainable effects of aviation by designing better engines and better aircraft. So here you can use technology, and that is where we come into play. What we do in this regime is we improve the fuel efficiency and reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. Then the other way is to go for more sustainable fuels by using alternate aviation. So here what we do is we support the commercialization of these fuels by allowing them to be used inside the engines of the modern aircraft. And the third way of doing it is to come up with new technology. Rather than just modifying the existing technology, we can use new technologies and also bring in new aircraft. This is also an area where the academicians can contribute a lot by accelerating the development of technologies which can allow the next generation of aviation. And electric and hybrid aircraft are a part of that particular scheme. Moving on to what are the sustainable sources of energy available today, there are 4 kinds of fuel or power sources. Okay, one could use battery, and that is what is there in electrical power aircraft. One could use hydrogen fuel, which is there in hydrogen fueled or in hybrid aircraft, or you could just go for advanced biofuels for current aviation technology, or you could go for solar. Now, each of these technologies has its own niche areas and its own merits and demerits. Okay. Hydrogen fuel, to start with, gives you very high specific energy density, comparable or even better than the fossil fuels in many cases. So therefore, it's very, very attractive. And they have low volumetric energy density, so you can carry, the you cannot store it in large quantities because the volume required to store is very high. They require low temperature in the fuel tank, so you have to go for technologies like cooling or cryogenics. And since they are new, it is very difficult to certify and approve them. And as we all know, hydrogen is a gas which can be dangerous because it has got a propensity to catch fire. Plus, if you carry hydrogen fuel in large tanks because of the low volumetric efficiency, then these tanks are going to create a large body which will create drag, and that will actually increase the fuel consumption. So you may save some fuel consumption because of using hydrogen, but you'll have to trade it off with extra drag because of the storage space which may not be possible inside the aircraft, because inside the aircraft is generally reserved for the passengers and the cargo. If you look at solar is very good, but you need rechargeable energy source because there are day and night issues. Okay, and it is only feasible so far for small aircraft. So even in IIT Bombay, my students have actually built small remotely controlled solar powered aircraft as part of their projects, and they have flown them. But they can fly for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe even 30, 40 minutes, and then they have to be brought down. They can only fly during the conditions when the solar energy is substantial. If we look at the advanced aviation biofuels, okay, they have comparable density compared to the existing fuel, so there is not much loss. But again, these are new and certification is a problem. Okay. Plus, we may call them as biofuels as an alternative, but actually speaking, they are only a different type of fuel. So they are not really CO2 free. Okay. They will create a lot of emissions. It is just that we are not using the fossil fuels. We are creating a blend of fossil fuel with the non-bio fuels, etc. If we move on to battery right now the technology is suffering from low specific energy density. Battery weight can be substantial. I will show you, for example, in one aircraft where to transport a few passengers, you have to require a battery of 1900 kilograms. Okay. And also there is a high unit weight of the battery. Plus, batteries have a problem of heating, and you need to incorporate systems for heat management, or you will have to go for air cooling, in which case you have to expose the battery to the atmosphere. Then there can be problems because of water or snow or any other environmental issues. So all of them have their challenges. And if we look at the present day solutions which have been recommended, they are electric aircraft. Okay, so why electric aircraft? Because worldwide we are consuming huge amount of fuel, and these are environment friendly. There is a controversy about how much fossil fuels are burnt and how much damage is created to create a battery and to charge the battery. That argument is a counter to saying that batteries are environmentally friendly. We expect that in the next about 100 years also we will run out of all the fuels unless newer and newer reserves are obtained. Plus, if you use electrical aircraft, there are no emissions, and therefore the air quality is improved. And plus, they are also quieter because IC engines or turbine engines make a lot of noise, and it causes a huge nuisance. If you use electrical aircraft, you are able to generate power with much lesser noise. The noise comes then only from the propeller and not from the engine itself. And therefore, one of the huge attractions for going on to hybrid or electrical propulsion is the noise pollution problem. Okay, those who live near the airports in Mumbai, those who live in Santa Cruz and Juhu, they will agree with me. Now, the environmental impact of the fuel pollution. So the fuel price is rising, and as we all know, there is a huge recession happening all over the world because of the increase in the fuel prices. Okay, so they are low at some time, but they will not remain low. Ultimately, they are going to continuously be a problem. And as we can see, it is expected that the oil production has already peaked right now, and in the future, unless there are some new reserves, as I mentioned, you will keep on seeing lower and lower barrels of oil produced per day. Okay, And hence, you have to also keep in mind that there is also an increase in the greenhouse gases. Okay, so unless we reduce CO2 levels, we will not be able to handle global warming. And you know, we also have some scientists who say that, oh, we have more reserves, but we can't burn all of them, because otherwise it will be an irreversible problem and you will not be able to handle the negative aspects of that. Let us look at fuel power versus e-power. E-power standing for electrical power. So typically, if we look at a small aircraft called as a general aviation aircraft, which carries 2, 3, 4 passengers, generally used by individuals, and they are mostly piston engines, they require an overhaul at after about 2000 hours as per the regulatory requirements today. Okay. But the electrical motors, they require only around maintenance after 10,000 hours. So it's 5 times more duration before it requires any maintenance. That is because they do not have any great moving parts which are going to continuously wear out. Then there are problems also of sealing, dealing with the fuel, etc. That is not there in the electrical power. So today, if you design an electrical flight system, it will weigh more than the fossil fuel because technology is not well established. Today, for example, if you look at e-cars, okay, so the electrical cars, they are more expensive today compared to the conventional cars, because a lot of technological initiatives, lot of testing, lot of R&D, patents, etc. They have to be serviced when you are looking at a new technology. However, this will not remain the same. As technology leaps, you will find that slowly and slowly they will become comparable and they will also start coming down. So a time will come when the electrical drives are going to not only weigh less, but they are also going to cost less. And that is when there will be a tipping point and a lot of people will be forced to convert. Okay, so you can see, for example, this is an example of how the electric car stock in thousands has increased over times. So you can see that the yellow line, the line that is on the top, this line is that for the battery powered EVs and hydrogen powered EVs. They are increasing in numbers in all the countries, slowly and slowly. So just like the e-cars are going to be more prominent compared to the IC engine cars, there is a prediction that even the prices will fall and the technology will advance much faster. So why should we bother about electronic flight or e-flight, electric flight? I'll just summarize here that you can, the main focus here is on the sustainable long-term facilities that are available, not only lower cost and lower impact, but also sustainable. And there are some people who feel that with electrical propulsion, you might be able to even achieve almost a perpetual flight, because you could use solar cells to charge in the daytime and batteries can be utilized in the night time. So, it can just keep on going without any need, but that is still not completely established. So coming to the main topic of the day, e-flight actually means technologies which include aircraft powered by either a battery, and this is one example of a small aircraft powered by the battery. Those cells you can see on the back are all only batteries. You could power by solar energy, you could power by hydrogen fuel cells, or you could have hybrid systems, which is a mix between various configurations. Okay. Now, the developments are still in their infancy, but progressing very rapidly. Okay. And since there is a positive support from the industry and academia, that's why I'm predicting that very soon they will overtake. Okay. So what exactly is e-flight? If you look at battery powered e-flight, so this technology is very familiar because battery, they store more electricity, and this turns a motor via a speed controller. It's very familiar technology to us because we have been using batteries for a long time. The power that is produced by the engine is determined by the motor size, and the duration for which the aircraft can fly is decided by the capacity of the battery. Okay, there is a big drawback that currently the duration of the flight is only very small. Okay, and the energy density, that is how many kilowatts are produced per kilogram of battery, and what is the time required to charge or recharge. These are the two technical issues which are coming in the way of their massive adoption right now. If you look at one possibility is that you can swap out the batteries. So after the battery gets consumed, you can take it out and put a new one in its place. Okay, and by very careful planning and using technology, one can bring down the charging time to less than an hour. Okay, then if you are able to use the chemistry of batteries carefully and properly, you can actually cherry pick the battery attributes. So discharge time, peak power, currents, voltages, all that can be almost designed if we use the correct chemistry. Modern batteries can be charged and discharged about 10,000 times. So that's why they have a very long life. And as I said, you can have free flight or continuous flight if you can charge them by solar power. This is a very interesting diagram that shows you the breakup of a typical battery powered engine. So unlike an IC engine or a turbine engine, which has got a huge body in the center, and then you have just the propeller on the front and a fuel tank on the back, in the case of a battery powered aircraft, you only have these pack of batteries. And you can see here, I have shown 10 batteries. Then on the right hand side, there is a motor controller, correct? And then there are devices which help us to just create. The motor is actually very small. This is the motor, very small motor, but everything else is also very, very manageable. So it becomes a very a simple system. The only moving part is the motor, and everything else is electronically or electrically sealed and controlled. So how do we electrify the aircraft? There are many possibilities. One possibility is an all-electric aircraft where the only power source is the battery, which is connected to a controller, and that controller then distributes the power to one or two or many motors which are attached to a propeller. So this is all electric. You could go for something called as more electric or hybrid. This is already happening in many transport aircraft in the world. Here what is happening is that there is a gas turbine engine which is shown as the first element of this system. But this gas turbine engine powers a generator, and that generator then through a controller gives power to a motor, and plus there is a battery as a backup which also gives power to another motor. So one line of propulsion is through a conventional turbine engine, and the other line of propulsion is through a battery system. Okay, then you can have full hybrid. In full hybrid, you connect these two things together so that this motor controller actually controls both the motors. In the more electric or electric hybrid, we are having separate channels and we don't use both of them at the same time. For example, what you can do is you can augment the power when needed by a battery powered engine or an IC engine. So generally they say that during takeoff and during high speed flight, we need more power. So we use the gas turbine. But when you are going, or by climbing flight, but when you are having low power flight, at that time you can shut off the gas turbine and use only the electrical motor. That is also one possibility. In the full hybrid, as I said, the system is only single and it is working on both together. So the same system is being used to power both the motors or multiple motors. Okay. Now, if we look at certain existing aircraft under development, there are three categories again. There are some aircraft which are basically being developed for technology demonstration. The first one on the top is an aircraft on which I have worked for about 3.5 years as part of my pre-IIT Bombay job. This is the Dornier 228 aircraft, which is a conventional gas turbine engine powered aircraft, turboprop aircraft. But now there is a project to check it with hydrogen. Then there is a project called Maxwell by NASA and other companies, where they are trying to put what is called as distributed propulsion. So you can see there are these 10 small engines and 2 large engines. So these 10 engines are battery powered, and then these 2 of them are at the tips. They are also battery powered, but they are the main engines, and these are the auxiliary engines which are used only when needed, as and when needed. And then on the bottom, we have the Cessna Caravan, very popular aircraft, which has been converted into an electrical powered aircraft. And I'll talk about it a little bit more. Then there are some companies who are coming up with totally new designs of battery powered aircraft, where the idea is to design an aircraft with battery power right from the beginning, not as an afterthought, not as a modification, but ab initio design of an aircraft to be flown with battery power. In this, there is a company called as Eviation, which is very close to getting certification. Because of COVID-19, their testing got delayed, but they claim that by this year or next year, they will be getting a certification for a 9-seater business aircraft with very special features. Then there is a company called Heart Aerospace, a small aviation company which is struggling to build an airliner that will be powered by electric and hybrid engines. And then in Germany, there is a research agency working on that. Then if you look at the future, companies who are already in the forefront of aviation for transportation of passengers like Airbus and Boeing, they are both working on dedicated hydrogen powered aircraft. Here I am going to show you something about only 3 Airbus aircraft whose data has been made available on their website. So let us look at one by one. First, we will look at all electric aircraft. This is not something new. Actually, as early as October 1973, people thought about using electrical motors for flight, and one aircraft was modified in Austria in 1973 by a company called Warta Bosch. Okay, so they used a 10 kilowatt electric motor provided by Bosch and batteries from a company called Warta, giving 13 horsepower output. So it's a very small aircraft. It just flew for 9 minutes, but it established that it is possible to fly an aircraft with electrical motor and battery. This is the one which I am really excited about. As I said, it is going to be expected to introduce this year or next year. This aircraft has 3 electric motors, and mostly the whole structure is made from lightweight composite material. It can carry 9 passengers and 2 pilots over a range of 1,000 kilometers. And you can look at the sleek aerodynamic features and a very unique kind of tail called as a vertical, as a V tail or a butterfly tail. There are 3 electrical motors, 2 on the wingtips and 1 behind the aircraft. And these motors are powered by lithium ion batteries. Okay, I do have a video of some of the aircraft which are under test phases, but I would like to show them towards the end only when time permits. So we can come back and we can have a look at it. Those of you who are interested to know more about this aircraft, this aircraft is this Ellis, the company called Eviation. They have one more version. Apart from the one which I showed you, there is another regional airliner aircraft, which is, all electric commuter. So this will have around 9 passengers. Okay. Then if you look at the specifications, we see that it is quite a good performance. It can carry around 2,500 pounds. That means about 100 kilograms of payload. Not a small amount for a short range aircraft. Okay. And the maximum power is only 640 kilowatts provided by 2 engines. So 640 into 2. Then another successful aircraft is the Cessna E-Caravan, which has already flown. I have a video of that to show you. It can carry 19 passengers because Cessna Caravan is a very popular small range aircraft. It is powered by this motor which is shown in the bottom center called as the Magni 500 electrical motor. But notice the drawback. It can only fly for about 30 minutes over a distance of 160 kilometers. So if there is a special market where you need to fly only short distance by an aircraft, such as from island to island or from a community which is not connected by any other mode, then these kind of aircraft are useful. It is currently being used in Canada for transporting people. And there is a plan to develop something called as Grand Caravan, which is a larger aircraft. This particular aircraft is under development and it is going to be in the skies about couple of years from now. Okay. But interestingly, a company called Surf Air Mobility has already placed an order for 150 aircraft, anticipating that when this aircraft comes in the market, they will be able to utilize it for their commercial applications. So people are very highly upbeat on these technologies. Looking at ES-19, which is under development, and because of financial reasons, the company is going a bit slow right now. But they are claiming that they will be almost zero emissions in this aircraft, almost zero emissions in the operational scenario. There will be huge fuel savings, lot of savings in maintenance because electrical parts do not require that much maintenance. As I mentioned to you, the time between overall is actually 5 times more, plus low noise. So all the benefits of electrical aviation, they are claiming it will come in their aircraft, provided they get funding to be able to realize their dreams. It's not easy because the technological challenges are still not surmounted, and a lot of R&D expenditure and a lot of effort is needed to really fructify into a product which can be certified by the regulatory bodies. So another view of the same aircraft where they're looking at regional air travel and they are trying to electrify the regional air travel. We now move on to the next category, which is the hybrid electrical aircraft. These are not fully electric aircraft, they are hybrid. Okay. So in hybrid aircraft, what we do is you use a combination. Okay. So you can have something, there are many variants. For example, I showed you one variation where there is one combustion engine with fuel, the red line, which is powering a gearbox, and additional power is given by battery powered electrical motor. Both of them together drive the gearbox, which drives the propeller to give the thrust. This is a parallel hybrid. Okay, then you have another parallel hybrid, but these are parallel but unconnected. So two engines, both of them powered differently, one conventional and one with battery. This is done to provide reliability. This is done to ensure that if one chain fails, then it is possible to have the other chain working. And also it is also required when you want to switch off one engine because power requirements are less. Friends, I'd like to just explain to you that the power of an aircraft or the amount of power required by an aircraft engine is usually decided by the peak power requirements during takeoff, during climb. Okay. When you go into cruising, especially for transport aircraft, actually you don't need all the power. So even in conventional aircraft today, as passengers, you may not notice, but it is very common that if an aircraft has 4 engines, the pilot will shut down 2 engines in flight and fly only on 2 engines. Passengers will not notice, but there will be a slight noise reduction. Okay. So 2 are enough. So if the cruise flight is there for 8 hours, takeoff and landing may take half an hour. They might actually fly for 8 hours only on 2 engines and then switch them on when required for the emergencies, or when required during takeoff it will be all 4, during climb it will be all 4. Once you enter the cruise segment, you can shut down. So to take care of such scenarios, they have given a parallel hybrid version where you can selectively switch off the engine and switch on the engine. Then you have something called as series hybrid. Here the interesting part is that the generator of the electrical motor is powered by a combustion engine and supported by battery. Now, I showed you this aircraft in the previous slides. It's a very interesting aircraft with not 12 but 14 engines. 6 are there on each of the wings, and the small engines, and only 2 of them are used during cruise. So as I mentioned to you, you switch off these engines and bend the propeller and take them inside so that they are smooth to the airflow during the cruise. But during takeoff, you switch all of them. This project has begun in 2014, but it is still going on. And this is what I was mentioning to you about the Dornier aircraft. In fact, I'm happy to share with you that even HAL Kanpur has successfully participated in this particular project. They are using fuel cell. Okay, so HAL has collaborated with a company called as Zero A to create a hydrogen electric powered train for this particular aircraft. So HAL Nasik will build the airframe and supply it to this company Zero Avia, and then the Zero Avia will equip that with the engine. So this is recent news. It came in November last year. Then, as I mentioned to you, one more project going on in Germany, where they are looking at a 19-seater aircraft, which is hybrid electric. Finally, let us look at some of the aircraft which are being proposed by the established manufacturers. So, Airbus has come up with a concept called as Zero E. They have proposed three versions: 100 passengers, around 200 passengers, and 200 passengers but longer range, using a very radical kind of a configuration called as a blended wing body, which you can see in the bottom right corner, where you cannot tell where is the wing and where is the fuselage. Unlike in the other aircraft or the today's aircraft, you can clearly say that there is a long tube-like structure which is the fuselage, and there is a wing which is attached to generate lift. The function is decoupled, but in case of a blended wing body, the wing and the body are coupled together, and there are several aerodynamic and structural advantages of that. There also are some disadvantages, but the advantages generally are claimed to be more. Now, one category of transportation where electrical aircraft are very, very promising is the amphibian transportation. By amphibian, I mean aircraft which can take off and land from sea or water, or lake and land. Okay, both water as well as land. So, one interesting project was done uh, by an airline called Harbor Air. They actually test flew world's first fully electric commercial aircraft across the, as I mentioned to you, very short route. So they observed that there was no loss in power because of altitude change, which happens in turboprop and piston prop engines. And they also claim that there will be much higher power point reliability because of lower maintenance cost. However, it can only be used for short routes, and also the cruise power required is more because you are going to carry that heavy float on the bottom to allow it to go over land, to allow it to land or take off from water. Okay. What are the key challenges? The last part of my presentation. What are the key challenges in electrifying the aircraft? Weight. Because kerosene or fuel is far more efficient compared to battery to convert power. The weight to energy ratio of kerosene or other aviation fuels is currently far more efficient than batteries. So you have to pay a huge penalty in the battery weight. Then the technology of batteries has progressed, but not as quickly as other areas. We are still struggling with batteries that have problems of exploding. You can see there are laptop batteries which have the tendency. That's why we don't allow certain types of laptops in flights. Plus, they are generally not yet completely established as a safe system. Safety. We don't have numbers yet and experience yet to show that these aircraft are safe to fly. Extensive testing is required before we can do the commercial operations, and testing requires a lot of expenditure. The next question is about operational issues. Where do you charge them? How long do you have to keep them for charging? What happens if the flight is diverted? You are flying from Mumbai to Delhi, and because of bad weather, you are diverted to Jaipur or Lucknow. Now you are in the air for some more time. Do you have enough battery power? All these questions have to be answered before such aircraft can be considered. There is also a problem of consumer perception, because anything that is new in the market takes people to accept. Energy density of the batteries is very, very low compared to kerosene. The performance of the generator or the electrical motor is still not adequate. There are some companies testing high power generators, like Honeywell is testing 1 megawatt generators. There are electrical controllers which consume power also and which have reliability issues. Okay. This is the current scenario of the battery density. Okay. So I would like to stop here because we don't have time to discuss this case study. We have done a small case study for India. We looked at multi-role short-haul electrical transport for sustainable aviation, and we compared the emissions and the fuel, basically, compared to a conventional one. But I would not like to go to that because we don't have time right now. Of course, if somebody is interested, I'll be very happy to talk about it separately. These are the sources that I have used in preparing this presentation. And I would like to thank my project research assistant, Namanuddin, who has just now been selected for MTech in aerospace engineering to help me in creating the presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'll be very happy to take any queries.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Frant. I can see that excellent presentation. Very systematically, you have presented the data that started with the need of sustainable aviation, and then you also took us to the statistics of the how the aviation contribute in the pollution CO2 emission. That's almost 12%. Then we took us to the current technologies. Currently, the sources we have, that is battery, hydrogen fuel, advanced biofuel, and the solar. And then you also talk on the hybrid technology and series hybrid technology. Very systematically you have presented the data. Sir, I have a lot of questions, but I want to ask two questions, since you know that I am basically from the commercial guy. The question you, because when you are presenting, there is a couple of questions was coming in mind, and then I saw that you are answering to that question. So one of the question came into the mind about the cost. As a customer, as a consumer, the cost, how much I allowed to pay higher. So you mentioned somewhere is a 25% higher cost. Sir, so if you could, this is the most biggest bottleneck I can see this in this project. This is so. What are the way and means we have to cut down the cost? Is there in the possibility to cut down the cost 25%? How do you see this? That's number one. Number two, you said there are the certain challenges, but I can see the out of four challenges, the safety is one of the big challenges, because that's the mindset. People might travel by car with the battery car, but the flight is a big question. So how we are going to address the challenge, especially the safety, when you are openly talking about safety, how we are going to, and how confident we are, and how we are going to reduce this to 25% cost?
Okay, Tambeji, thank you very much for your couple of questions. The answer to both of them simply is technology and developments in technology. Because this scenario has been repeated in many fields, including aviation, for so many years. Any new technology comes up, people immediately question, they start doubting, they start saying, even when we had jet engines which came, there were questions raised from the people who are used to turbo piston props, etc. But what happens is, you can answer questions by developing technology, procedures, and by testing, by testing, by testing. The certification authorities are not impressed simply because of technology. Okay, you cannot tell a certifying agency that please allow me to fly the aircraft just because it is more sustainable, just because it is giving less pollution, when they will say please confirm the safety issues first. So the only way in aviation to answer such things, to reduce cost, is technological developments, and then liaising with the industry to ensure that the technological developments are achieved during the actual real life performance of the system. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, correct. Thanks. So it will take some time to establish the data and to get the confidence that yes, this technology is at par with the existing technology or slightly premium than existing technology. Thanks, sir. I last question, that you mentioned that hybrid technology, that is battery plus fuel. Is there also the technology is possible with the battery plus advanced biofuel, because that is
Yes, yes,
much sustainable?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. See, it's like this. Wherever you are using fuel, you can always substitute that with blended fuel. Okay. So even today also, there are many airlines in the world who are flying with blended fuels, but you cannot blend more than about 10 to 15%. And there was one calculation done that the total blended fuel available today in the world is only enough for the operations of one airline for one day. So we are so much short in the quantity of blended fuel because of severe costs associated with developing blended fuels. Aviation quality blended fuels are not cheap. They are very expensive. Okay, so there has to be a push. There has to be some initiatives from the government also to subsidize, maybe, or to initiate, just like we did CNG subsidization in the beginning, and
Correct.
then
Yeah.
CNG took over automatically because of its commercial benefits.
Mhm. Thank you, Pan. Thank you very much. I don't see any question.
Sir,
Thanks,
sir,
Mr. Pan,
sir,
for
I have
joining.
Hemant sir,
Yeah,
I have a
Patil sir.
question, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
May I?
Yes, please. Yeah,
Sir,
please.
sir, thank you very much for delivering such an excellent lecture. I think it is one of the excellent lecture I ever attended. Sir explained it in a very lucid language how we can transfer from fuel aircrafts to the electric aircrafts. So I was having couple of questions like it was related to the safety that you already explained in the last slide, because we heard that in the news that the electric bikes are getting catching fire due to the shock circuit. That was one of the concern that you already explained. And second question is, what about the lifetime of the battery and how economical it is? Because frequently, maybe after 5 years or after 7 years, you need to change the batteries. So how economical it is?
Very good question. Now, first, let me answer about the burning of the bikes. I'll give you my opinion about that. See, the aviation sector is very highly regulated, and any change or any new technology will not be permitted unless it is thoroughly tested, because human lives are involved. Okay, you don't have the option like, and the bikes which have caught fire only when they were parked. Okay, also sometimes when they were being driven. So what I'm saying is that sometimes either from the government side or from the industry side, there is a push to bring in a technology or to loosen the regulatory framework to encourage entrepreneurship. Sometimes it leads to a situation, and this is what Mr. Rahul Bajaj also, uh, he made this statement that, uh, no, not Rahul Bajaj, his son. I remember his son. I forgot the first name. He made a statement. He said that in the process of encouraging entrepreneurship in the field of EV, you are allowing just anyone to buy any junk from Japan or from China, just bring it to India, put their sticker and sell it in the market without proper testing, without technology. So the same thing is unlikely to happen in aircraft, because it is not so easy to get new things in the aircraft. Second question about the life of the battery. Currently, the battery technology can go for around 10,000 charges, after which the battery capacity is considered to be unviable for the usage. Now, in all these areas, people are doing research and coming up with new techniques. And even if you look at the current scenario, it is actually quite attractive. But as time progresses, it will slowly come down. And when it crosses a tipping point, people will start converting. So currently it is 10,000 charges. Yes, after that the battery has to be disposed. And there are issues about environmental damage. Where do you throw the battery? What about the cost of, disposing the battery? It should be included as environmental damage. So that is also an issue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pan sir. Thank you for joining once again and delivering very good and excellent presentation. Yeah.
On behalf of ICS 2022, I personally thank you for giving such a wonderful talk. And it was such informative, and people were very excited. And this area was not covered by any other speaker, that how to reduce pollution in air. So I think this was your contribution towards this. And we are really grateful to you. And thank you for accepting our invitation and joining this platform. So
Thank you so much for inviting me, Vaishali ji. It was a pleasure meeting you in IIT Bombay, and we had a nice cup of tea, and then we came up with this idea. So I'm really happy that I could do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye. I have to leave now because I have a class at 12. So I would like to beg your pardon.
No.
Thank you.
No, sir. Thank you, sir. Bye. Thank you. I think.
Tambe sir, you can summarize, then I can propose out of them.
I think if you look at nicely, I think all four different topics, I think we learned a lot today, starting with this, basically what are the different types of the, the sources, the technologies available, basics, the renewable energy, solar. Second interesting topic we had, again, that is on the magnetic material. Third interesting topic, that what are the government is taking initiative in terms of the Swachh Bharat mission. And the last but the least one, that is what I think I first time I came to know that aviation contributes 12% of the pollution in the CO2. That is something, and this is one of the key focus area if you look at under the sustainability. So it was really good, diverse topic we had today in the first of the session. We learned a lot during all these 4 sessions, and a very good presentation for all presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are at the end of the session 1. On behalf of organizing committee ICS 2022, I thank Hemant Tambe sir for chairing this session. Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to coordinate this session. Now we are having tea break for 10 minutes. After that, we'll start session 2. Thank you for attending
Tambe
this.
sir, on small request, there is a question by one Vedant Kulekar. Just
Yeah,
display that
but
question. You can
yeah,
pass it on to Pan sir. No problem.
yeah, is there is any chances of having the flex engine in aircraft? What we'll do, Vedant, we will pass on this question to the Sir, and we'll ask him to reply to a question. I think he has left because he wanted
Yeah,
to
he has
attend
to
some
go. Yeah.
lecture, I think. Yeah, he's already left. Yeah. Thanks, Vedant, for
Thank
asking
you.
this question.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
We'll meet
Thank
in
you,
10
sir.
minutes.
Thank you.
We'll meet
Thank
then
you,
after 10-15 minutes. Yeah.
Professor
Thank you.
Vishwanath Patil, for coordinating the complete session. You have been so kind to accept our invitation to do so, and you are from the host committee, so you are required here in the control room. So please join for lunch.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
What about me for lunch,
Thank
madam?
you so much. So,
What about my lunch, madam?
Sir, we will send you by aircraft. That is, we will send you the hybrid hybrid technology aircraft.
aircraft.
Yeah, one small request. See the seminar hall where there are hardly no audience. Please see to that some audience are
There is
provided.
delivering it through virtual mode.
Yeah, they are all are connecting by virtual mode. Yes.
So Shimpi sir is
Thank you.
in the
See you then.
studio.
Hello.
Sir, Naveen Chandra, Shimpi
Hello,
sir
am I
is
audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Yes, sir. Yes.
He's the session
Am I
coordinator.
audible, madam?
Yeah, you are. Yeah. So Shimpi sir has joined.
So,
Are we
good morning,
starting?
all of you.
Sir, we'll start in
Now
5
we are
minutes.
going to start the next session.
Shimpi sir will take a 2 minutes break, at least 5 minutes, and then we come start the second session. IS-22.
Okay, I think he has also
IS-360.
Yes, left.
Yeah, so let us
inform
break
you.
for at least 5 minutes, and then we recharge ourselves, and in hybrid mode then we appear. Sir, have a cup of tea. Yes.
Sure, sir.
Madam is here. Yes, sir. Stay fit.
Hello. Madam, am I audible?
Sir, you can have a break and then wait for 5 minutes and we can start. Because the chairperson, I think, will join.
Hello. When session start?
Is already in the studio.
Madam, can we start the session?
Yeah, we are just breaking for 2 minutes before we begin. Just for 2 minutes, Shilpi sir.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Our speaker has joined, madam. Yes, but Stephen Long is joined.
Yeah, please be in the studio. Just we are breaking for 2 minutes. Before we begin with the
Yes,
second
madam, yes.
session, so that our IT host gets some breather for at least 2 minutes.
Yes.
We began at 8 in the morning.
Okay, madam. No.
Gentlemen, the organization team, this is Kevin speaking from BIS. That you can hear me?
Yeah, madam, we can hear you. We are
Thank you
just
so much.
starting in another minute.
That is perfect. I just wanted to quick sound check.
We are starting with the second session. We just, to the IT host, we are just 1 minute for him so that he can be comfortable taking up the next session.
Thank you, Professor.
Cosmic energy drives my heart. All living forms are self-generating expressions of this energy. Empowered by this force, they are self-propagating systems. They are evolving systems in their own right. Man, the most evolved manifestation of this energy on Earth, touches all other life forms. From monocellular fungi, through plant life, microbes, insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and animal life. All life indeed is interdependent. Creation is the glorious expression of the Almighty Source. High Media touches creation in all these forms. With tender care, we assist regeneration. We assist identification. We assist sustenance of life through our biosciences research. For life is sacred. Life is to be revered. For life is precious. High Media scientists have evolved systems and products that answer the needs of global fellow researchers, their needs for their research into life sciences, our cell culture labs, our molecular biology labs, microbiology labs. Our dedicated production facilities enable world-class, leading-edge products with highest quality parameters. Our global technical support ensures that our customers get ample satisfaction in using the fruits of our cutting-edge research. Production facilities located in the pristine purity of Nashik Hills. Operate under strict ISO and WHO GMP protocols. These ultra-modern facilities are a feather in the cap of High Media. They are intimately geared to the user's needs. Bulk raw materials plant. Social awareness. Donating the high-tech, fully functioning skin regeneration laboratory to the National Burn Center, along with training modules. And helping rural children's education at Isha Vidya, our spiritually elevating pursuits. The caring and sharing culture they establish among the staff is the rewarding experience indeed. Information technology. The information technology team at High Media enables information flow. Marketing. Marketing and distribution covers about 150 countries globally. Global marketing and on-time delivery of state-of-the-art products at the user's doorstep are handled by a team of well-trained professionals. High Media LLC in the USA stock products for quick deliveries in that region. Visiting technical directors interact with High Media's field force in the US and in Europe on a continuous basis. Awards. Seamless quality awareness at every step has won admirers everywhere. Receiving India's highest quality award twice is a rare feat by any standard. The global scientific community and overseas partners have entrusted a leadership role in High Media. Our dedicated researchers are fully geared up to answer this call. Our vision for the future of a healthy humankind rests on our philosophy of a sound relationship between all life forms. Mother Earth, who has sheltered all life under her benign wings, must be protected. We at High Media respect life. Life is to be honored. Life is to be celebrated. Life is to be adored. For life is precious.
Hello. Good morning, madam. Can I start the session then?
Yes,
Bamboli,
please.
madam.
Yes, please start.
Good morning, all of you. And now we are going to start the next session of plenary talks in ICCS 2022. Today we have the chairperson for this particular session is Professor Vaishali Bambole. She is a present heading the Department of Physics at present. She is an eminent scientist who is serving as the highest academic grade professor, that is a HAG professor, senior professor, as per the revised guidelines of the UGC New Delhi, in the Department of Physics, University of Mumbai. She is having a vast experience of 30 years of teaching as well as research experience in the area of polymer nanocomposite, conducting polymer and molecular electronics. She has authored 4 books from international publication house and has about 120 research publication in international journals of good impact factor. She has 14 patents in her credit. More than that, she is serving in various technical committees at national as well as international level. Professor Vaishali Bambole having outstanding awards in her credits like Adarsh Mahila Puraskar, Innovation Award of for the year 2019, Award of Innovation, Woman Innovator Award, Stree Shakti Sanman Award, Certificate of Appreciation Young Achiever Award from Mumbai. Then these are the very few lines which I have explained, but she has having more credential in her credit. She has produced more than 15 PhD students under her guidance, and 8 students are pursuing their PhD under her guidance. Very brief biodata. I have read very few points, whatever the points I have right now. I really appreciate Professor Vaishali Bambole as an eminent scientist, as well as one of the good researcher in the field of conducting polymers as well as polymer nanocomposite. I like to invite Professor Vaishali Bambole to chair the session. And before to start the session, I just read the names of the plenary speakers we have. Miss Stephanie Long from Basap, Sanjeev Kumar, IAS Additional Commissioner BMC, and Mayank Vahia. We have these 3 plenary speakers who will deliver their talk in their respective fields. Madam, over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shimpi. He is my most dear buddy on the campus and a very loving personality who is always smiling. So the students are very fond of him. So I once again thank you for such kind words. And you have given me this pleasant job of being the chairman of this session. So it is my ultimate pleasure and privilege to introduce Madam Stephanie Long, the first speaker in this second session. Madam is a senior manager at BASF, and she is the sustainable who manages the entire Asia Pacific division, excluding China, on sustainability. So BASF is one of the 150-year-old pioneer institute and company, I would say, that which has taken the first step towards sustainability. And it is I have myself witnessed the campus at Navi Mumbai, and I was so thoroughly impressed. And I found it fully sustainability. So I found that the campus is completely sustainable. So I can say I say that it is sustainability compliant campus. And Madam is known as the global dynamic leader, and her name is become now synonym to sustainability. So it's a pleasure, Madam, to introduce you. Stephanie has been a leading and a facilitating sustainability team across Asia Pacific and has a very sound knowledge and global experience on BASF initiatives, which is the global leader in sustainable development. With her educational background in international business administration, she has an 18 years of experience in several operational and strategic business positions in various BASF segments, with impact on society and sustainability, such as the nutrition and health division. She has been working in BASF headquarters in Germany as well as in Mexico, and now is located in Shanghai, China, where Stephanie drives sustainability initiative in the region and enables new opportunity in line with the company purpose, which is we create chemistry for a sustainable future. So I will not come in between you and the audience, which is in the order of 50,000 now. So over to you, madam. The stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Very appreciating your kind introduction. Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me the opportunity to speak at today's conference. I always very much enjoy being, especially my, I very much enjoy working in the international environment, but especially very much enjoy the collaboration with my colleagues, with customers and stakeholders in India, and very much feel like home when I speak at the kind of conferences as they are hosted today by the University of Mumbai. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Feeling very honored to speaking to you today about sustainability and collaboration. A huge word, I know. I'm going to explain what this means to us in BASF, and I think it also means a lot to all of us in how we leverage the idea of sustainability. So share my screen if that's okay. I share screen slides.
You want any help?
Professor, I cannot hear you. Would you mind
Yeah,
repeating
sorry.
that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Our IT team is guiding you, so please go step by step as is being directed by the IT support.
Yeah.
It will just take you half a minute. Half a minute.
Sure.
Please click on that plus icon.
There is the plus
share.
icon on your share below the
bottom line of your screen.
Yeah. So perfect.
Plus,
I'm
click
gonna
on
share.
that. Then click on share screen. Then click on entire screen. Then click on share. Once you click upon that entire screen icon, yeah, your screen is visible now. You can go ahead with your PPT.
Thank you. So may I quickly confirm that you can see my slides?
Yes, madam. Your slides can be seen.
Thank you very much. So as a key statement and introduction for my speech, I really would like also to say that this conference itself is actually a proof that we're not alone in this. We're not alone in this challenge. We're not alone in this ambition. We're not alone in our discussions and in our actions. And I really think this conference the best proof point that sustainability is mainly related to caution in the value chain, along the value chain, in our industries, and going beyond. And as I said, I think today's conference is a proof point for that, and I'm very grateful. So thank you so much already for the kind introduction. It is a pleasure to meet you. I think everything was mentioned already. One thing that I really would like to emphasize, and that is close to my heart, is really the cross-country, cross-international, cross-industry collaboration. This is reflected in my CV. This is reflected in my professional career, I enjoy working with you, and very happy to have some of you reaching out to me after this conference if there's anything that you would like to discuss in further detail. So as a content for today, I prepared a short introduction to BSF, acknowledging that this was already done by my dear colleague Dietmar, who had the pleasure to do the introduction speech for this conference. So I'm quickly going to introduce BSF and BSF in India to you again. For those who might have missed that first speech, I'm going to talk about sustainability as a collaborative approach, where we see areas of collaboration in BSF, and then summarizing it together with you. So, as I promised, a short introduction, but really keeping it short. You might have not seen a company introducing itself with a tree. So this is a so-called chemistry that we believe in BSF that shows the key messages that we are touching so many lives with our operation, with what we do. We're in almost everything that does touch our lives, starting with our crude feedstocks, gas, the chemicals, and then leading to about 8,000 commercial products based on 200 basic products and intermediates. So this tree is supposed to show the value chain, the complexity, and the variety of products and industries that we are serving. And one key takeaway that I would like to highlight, in addition to what was already explained to you about BSF, is that we combine economic success, social responsibility, and environmental protection. This is deeply rooted in our commitment, as already introduced by the professor, that we create chemistry for a sustainable future. Regarding BSF in India, this is something to very close to all of our hearts, working in Asia, working in India. We successfully partner with India's progress and impressive development for more than 130 years. We have several production sites located in India where we produce amazing products that also offer sustainability benefits, and you can learn more about that on our website too. We are very excited about our R&D facilities that we have. They are part of our global innovation powerhouse. So yeah, India is really a place where we innovate. It's a place where we produce sustainable and great and innovative products. And it is a place where our employees and our team really strive and blossom and contribute to our success for so many years. So that really short as BSF introduction, and yeah, the key element of my speech today for you guys is the collaborative approach in sustainability. So no matter how big a company is, no matter how powerful one of the stakeholders is that we see in this value chain of sustainability, we can't do it alone for sure. And that's what we call the collaborative approach. So as explained in chemistry that I was showing to you, chemistry is in everything we see, in everything we touch, in everything we do. Chemistry in sustainability and in the transition to a more sustainable industry downstream. So with BSF as a thought and action leader, the community has to be part of the solution and want to be part of the solution and see us as being part of the solution. As mentioned, however, we cannot transform alone, and that's why collaboration is key. I highlighted for you areas where we do see the need for collaboration in the industries and why we see that. And when I say collaboration, I really mean it's collaboration within and among the industries. It's collaboration along the entire value chain, and also stakeholders like policy makers. So I put here some examples. I don't want to read it out for you. I think you find yourselves with whatever company or organization that you represent today. You find yourself in one or the other key point, and you feel that there's a challenge, and I hope you agree with me that in many of those, it is valuable to join forces. Maybe the availability of renewable electricity that is key element of the transformation of the industry. It may be related to keeping our competitiveness, and I know that this is a key concern for many companies when they are thinking about how to become more sustainable. So keeping competitiveness, for example, for renewable energy, for non-fossil feedstock, may it be recycling-based or bio-based feedstock. I know many of you are also thinking and talking and discussing global emission pricing mechanisms. And of course, we are always looking, no matter which industry you are in, we are always looking at our downstream industries, our customers, but also our consumers that need to show acceptance for more sustainable solutions and also related to the willingness to pay for it. And then, of course, we really believe that collaboration is very important. But we need to cooperate among the industry for best practice alignment wherever needed, and that ultimately then leading to a fruitful regulatory framework. So that is just an idea and our thoughts on how we see collaboration for sustainability, as I said, along the industry, across the industries, and with the other stakeholders like policymakers. For us in BSF, I brought some examples for you today. What are the areas of collaboration for BSF? So I'm very honored to, first of all, introduce the so-called 3 verticals for transformational sustainability in the chemical industry. And also rather quickly touching on this, because this has been introduced by my dear colleague Dina on on Thursday already. So this is showing our BSF sustainability commitments in our 3 verticals for transformational sustainability. So you know that BSF, or you might know by now, that BSF is striving for 0 emissions by 2050. You might also know that we have ambitious targets towards increasing circular solutions as the second pillar. And here, to be very clear, we want to double our circular sales, so sales from products that are related to circularity or are contributing to circularity, and also related to feedstock, recycled feedstock, non-fossil feedstock. We have a very ambitious target of 250 KT by 2030. And the third pillar, very close to my heart, it's not about how we produce. It's not only about how we produce, it's also about what we offer. So there's a clear commitment by BASF that we want to offer more sustainable products and increase the sales with those so-called high sustainability profile products by 2030. However, how you might see, and I guess you are all thinking about your own commitments towards sustainability and your own ambitions, whether you're a company or any other organization or appreciated infrastructure stakeholder. So you might see that these complex structures and requirements for standardization, transparency, and joint scientific proof points are required to make the transformation of the industry. So we need to standardize at one or the other point where we want to go among the industry. We want to create transparency to each other. We want to create joint scientific proof points, and we need to handle these complex structures. And and that's where we really need to collaborate and see where our collaboration can create value to enable these ambitions and to accelerate these ambitions. That's something I'm thinking about very often. It's not only about the enablement of the transition, but it's really also that we need to be acceleration, and where we really believe that collaboration will absolutely contribute to both the enablement of the transformation and acceleration. I would like to give source of where exactly we believe that collaboration is required. So in the area of zero emissions by 2050, I'm going to talk about product carbon footprint approach, how we can make product carbon footprints transparent in industry. In the area of circular solutions, I would like to share with you the ambition of as well as the topic of mass balance approach as a key enabler for recycled feedstock. And then I brought three more examples outside these three pillars where BASF is collaborating for enabling and accelerating the transformation. So let me start with product carbon footprints, net zero emission. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with the product carbon footprint approach. Product carbon footprints create transparency in the value chain on the amount of emissions that are created in the production of an ultimate product. So that means in BASF, we are adding product-related emissions from raw materials, energy, and our production processes. So up until this day today, we have been calculating and verifying product carbon footprints of more than 45,000 sales products. And we know that we are not alone in this ambition. We know that there are many more companies working on this and also being eager to create that transparency, and not only creating transparency, but also trying to reduce the emissions in a collaborative approach. So have you thought about the product carbon footprints of your portfolio yet? If yes, how do you calculate it? So in our perspective of BASF, we think that we need to join forces to do this in a standardized and proactive way. So product carbon footprints allows a targeted discussion with customers on desired sustainability properties of products. So we definitely see the value of this in BASF along the value chain. So on the left side, you see a quick example of aroma ingredients. And you see that based on current process, there is a certain amount of emissions being produced by the production of the product, but there is reduction potential. And this reduction potential is calculated in a digital solution. It is verified by our technologists, and it shows the pillar we are working on as BASF. So what I can share with you here is that transparency and the reduction of product carbon footprints in our industry, what we offer is sharing the digital solution that we calculated, that we developed for this, and that includes a certified calculation approach. And again, we strongly believe that in the sense of product carbon footprint transparency and reduction, collaboration is key in order to achieve a standardization and in order to create an industry standard that gives us meaningful results and to further reduce emissions. And so that doesn't stop by in the industry, in the chemical industry ourselves, that among other we have to align, but it also touches our collaboration with our suppliers for more transparency on and the reduction of CO2 emissions. So what are raw materials for us as BASF that are being accounted for as product carbon, as carbon footprints? That's exactly what our suppliers are delivering to us. So BASF and our partners, we work on all levers and all levels to reduce CO2 emissions transparently. Yeah, so product carbon footprints being one example for collaboration in BASF, contributing to a low CO2 industry. And overall, I would like to highlight that, especially in the area of climate protection, collaboration is required. So BSF, and I know that many other companies are stressing the cooperation between industry and policymakers in order to have a positive outcome-oriented regulation that preserves our international competitiveness, which I know is close to your heart, to everyone's heart, and we are joining forces to achieve that. One of the points that I want to highlight here is the third point, so global greenhouse gas emission pricing mechanisms that we at BSF think are important to spur action. And I know that this is under development, for example, in India and many other countries as well. So those national conditions are required for a quick transformation. However, we are aiming for global greenhouse gas emission pricing mechanisms, we believe that this fulfills the requirements of jointly achieving the climate protection environment that we need. I promised the second element of an area of collaboration is circular economy. So I already explained to you that we have targets related to circular feedstock. We have targets related to double circular sales. And that means that we prioritize related capital expenditures, mergers and acquisitions, as well as innovations through research and development. So what we are focusing on BSF is basically the two elements. We focus on so-called closing the loop through renewable-based feedstock, recycling-based feedstock, and enabling recyclability or biodegradability. But we also pursue to extend the loop, making products, materials more durable, using less resources, and that we call extending the loop. So with these two examples, I felt it's valuable for you to share one area where we really see the need for collaboration in the industry and along the industry. So that area is chemcycling, chemical recycling. Chemical recycling basically leads us from mixed plastic waste to high performance products. So you might have seen that already. So it's a stepwise explanation on how we can turn that into new products. And I don't know the details, but you know that for like plastic as a material for petrochemical value can be a game changer towards a circular economy that is touching not only the chemical industry, that is touching the entire value chain, may it be the automotive industry, may it be the industry, or any other industries. So the of chemical recycling changer for all of us towards a circular economy. And I don't want to go through the detailed steps, but what you see is that chemical recycling need close collaboration among the different players. And this will enable high performance products without downgrading and without compromising on the performance of the products. But it is a complex value chain. There are specific technical requirements. We need to closely collaborate on here in order to be successful and make this potential game changer a reality. I would like to explain with regards to chemcycling or chemical recycling. I would like to explain one more time the benefits of chemcycling for the whole society. So chemcycling is an additive approach to mechanical recycling. So we fully, at BSF, we fully commit to different recycling options. So not only chemcycling. Chemcycling itself, as an addition to the existing recycling opportunities, can handle mixed plastic waste. It produces virgin grade raw materials. It replaces virgin resources, and CO2 emissions can be prevented. The second area within circular economy that helps us in the transformation is the so-called mass balance principle. I'm sure many of you have heard about it too. The mass balance principle enables the transformation towards a more sustainable feedstock in the chemical industry. Without mass balance, it will become very difficult to enable and accelerate the transformation to sustainable feedstock. So mass balance is the mathematical allocation of alternative feedstock to a final product. You know, in the chemical industry, we have different raw materials. In the past, we had mainly fossil-based raw materials. In the future, we hope we have more bio-based, more recycled raw materials and feedstock. We feed that into the system boundary and production in our shared plans in order to have the output of either 100% recycled or bio-based product versus non-fossil-based products. So the acknowledgement and the standardization of this fully transparent model of mass balance support the transformation and is a key element. And that's something that SF promotes as a requirement. And also we need to join forces and use the scientific proof that we have in this area, jointly work on the acceptance, the acknowledgement, the standardization of this model of mass balance. And as I said, if we don't collaborate on here, if we don't make this happen, this will definitely slow the transformation. It will make the transformation more expensive and less scientific. So that's for us an area of collaboration for sustainability, especially in the area of circular economy. And then, as promised, I brought, so these were the examples from our 3 pillars of sustainability, the carbon management and net zero emission 2050, the circular economy, or circular solution, and sustainable products. And beyond that, I brought for you 3 examples where we are putting our, or where we are betting on collaboration and where we already see beneficial results for all of us. The first example is the Alliance to End Plastic Waste. BSF is a founding member of this amazing initiative. The Alliance to End Plastic Waste, or AEPW, how we call it. The vision is to end plastic waste in the environment with 4 action pillars. So it is a very holistic approach of involving communities, stakeholders, local stakeholders, international stakeholders. So the 4 action pillars are waste management infrastructure, innovation, education, and engagement, and team up. So it's a really hands-on approach. There's a huge financial commitment by the Alliance to End Plastic Waste members. Jointly, we are investing $1.5 billion over the next 5 years for selected projects where we are prioritizing high plastic leakage areas. So the word alliance says it all. It's a collaboration towards the ambition of ending plastic waste in the environment with a scientific approach, with a hands-on approach, and with a very inclusive and holistic approach. The second example is another alliance. It's called Together for Sustainability. Is the Alliance to Source Responsibly. So it's an alliance that mainly involves our procurement teams.
Sorry, madam. We'll just wrap up in another 3-4 minutes.
Thank you. And the ambition is that we support our suppliers, all of our suppliers, to improve their sustainability performance on the one hand, and it also increases efficiency by sharing the supplier results among the members of the Alliance Together for Sustainability. We have a clear goal, you can see that. We evaluate the processes. We want to enhance the evaluation of the processes and the interaction with our partners. And I think sustainable sourcing is at the heart of every one of us, and is becoming more and more important and is a clear commitment. And that's why we join forces in this alliance to source responsibly, which is called Together for Sustainability. And the last alliance, to explain to you, the Value Balancing Alliance, It's an approach that we call value to society. It adds a new perspective beyond the traditional financial report. So for a very long time, companies have been rated along their financial performance. The value to society approach and the value balancing alliance is measuring the holistic view of the environmental, societal, social, and economic impacts of a company along the entire value chain. And we're not alone in this at BSF. There are several members in this value balancing alliance that have the same belief towards sustainability and towards creating an impact, enriching business from maximizing profit to optimizing value creation for the society and the environment. So as a quick summary, I hope that I'm sure you found yourselves in one of the examples and one of these pledges. And I hope that you agree with me that it's in our hands to enable, accelerate, and successfully commercialize the transformation towards a more sustainable industry through collaboration for sustainability. Thank you very much, and I'm passing it back to our dear professor. Again, I would like to say thank you for the amazing opportunity to share our thoughts, hopefully spur action, and emphasize the approach of collaboration in sustainability.
Thank you so much, madam. You hit the right chord of collaboration is the key for sustainability. I think the collaborative approach for sustainability for value chain across cross country is the heart of BASF on which it is working objective. And as you rightly said that BASF touches almost everybody's life. I totally agree with that. And you have also touched upon a few more points that products with carbon footprint should ensure at BSF they ensure complete transparency. I think this is one of the key ethical issues which BSF is being transparent upon how much carbon footprint they are producing. And also you touched upon circular economy, which is the key feature of sustainability, because it is a very important aspect of sustainability, that where the ultimately what is the the life cycle of any given product. So you have very impressively touched upon the concept of the application of mass balance principle. We as scientists definitely believe in this. As physicists and chemists, we always whenever we initiate any reaction or any research proposal, we first start with this mass balance principle. So I was for me this is a personal takeaway. I think, and you also said that BSF is a member to end plastic waste. So it has to be being the role model for all the industry to follow the footstep of BSF. And the last but not the least, you have also said that maximizing the profit for optimizing the value to society. With that compassionate heart, I think you are working with your company, and the BSF is the pioneer institute and a company which is playing its leadership role in sustainability. So there is so much to take away and learning from your lecture. I'm very, very thankful to you for accepting our invitation to be the panelist for this session. One of the lead speaker, and we definitely would like to take few questions from the audience if they are. So to IT platform, please. If there are a few questions to be asked, I can take it up to madam. So, madam, one question is being flashed on the screen by Vedant Kolekar, and he's asking.
There aren't much questions over here.
Will you please flash the question again on the screen?
We don't have any questions over here.
There are no questions. Once again, Madam Stephanie Tong, once again, I thank you from the entire team of ICS-2022 for being with us and for your wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to joining this conference. Thank you much.
So, Madam, you can continue to be with the session because it's going to be very exciting session from ICS 2022. So, our next speaker is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, and it is a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. He is known as the most brilliant IS officer at BMC. His decision-taking capacity is commendable. He is also known for his efficiency to manage the most difficult tasks and challenges. His colleagues and his subordinates find it very difficult to match his pace and speed of delivery. So I would now read about Dr. Sanjeev Kumarji, who joined the Indian Administrative Service in year 2003. He is a medical graduate from Jammu Medical College and who switched over to administrative services, which is itself a very commendable thing. He has worked as a Chief Executive Officer, Jilla Parishad in Hingoli and Pune district for about 2.5 years. And he has been the district collector Ahmednagar for 3 years. He has done his master in public policy and management from King's College London. He has also been the district collector during 2012 and 13, where he handled massive drought, which involved supply of clean drinking water by tankers to 10 lakhs people from water sources about 50 to 70 kilometers away, and running fodder camps for about 5 lakh animals. So he is known for his all challengeable task, which he has undertaken under his able leadership. People try to follow his footstep, and his subordinate and the other people find it difficult to meet his excellence. He was also divisional commissioner at my own hometown, Sir Nagpur, and his focus has been on improving educational learning outcomes in students and non-communicable diseases screening people for hypertension and diabetes. So the doctor in him, I think, always keeps on popping out, and he comes out with his compassionate heart to reach out to masses. Presently, he is working as additional municipal commissioner in Mumbai Mahanagar Palika, and he is handling the work of obviously the health department, including 4 major hospitals and 4 medical colleges with 16 peripheral hospitals. Solid waste management, disaster management, and environmental department are the current department where he has taken the charge of. So we are very fortunate to have you, sir. I'm very grateful and thankful to you from the entire team of ICS 2022 for accepting our invitation to be here with us on this panel. And it is really an honor to have you here. So if you're all set, then over to you, sir. The stage is all yours. Our IT team will help you upload your slides. So in a minute, you would be comfortable with the few steps which are to be taken.
So thank you so much, Professor Vishali. Thank you for invitation, having me here, providing me the opportunity to interact with you. And participating in these kinds of workshop is always a good learning experience for all of us. As you know, we came out with the Mumbai Climate Action Plan in March this year. But before that, there was 1 year of hard work by the BMC, or Mumbai Municipal Corporation. We started, so I'll discuss basically the climate challenges in Mumbai and what our plans to do. So roughly about, let us say, about 15 to 20 minutes or so. So when we started last year during COVID, so we took this opportunity and developed partnership with WRI India. They were a great support to us, C40 cities, and so many other experts in the field. When we started the whole process, we thought it should not be top down, it should be bottom up. So we started with a citizen consultation. We had more than 300 responses from a variety of people, and then consultations at the ward level, at zonal level in corporation, and then at the Bombay Municipal Corporation departments within the corporation. We have 20 departments, and then, as you know, it's a complex system we have in India. So we have the national government, state government, and the corporation. So there are multiple stakeholders, multiple participants. So more than 26 participants who are in Mumbai, but outside the corporation, they are from state government, like the government of India. So we had a consultation with them. We collected data and came out with the plan. I'll just, these are some of the stages. The inception, the core team was formed at my level. Then the baseline assessment, data collection. Then we launched the process, stakeholder consultation within corporation, outside corporation, with the citizens. And then finally we came out with a plan. These were some of the our partners, as I discussed earlier, WRI, C40 Cities, Climate Voices, and so many others. I'll come to the critical climate risks for Mumbai. We have the extreme heat, flood risks, landslides, air pollution, sea level rise, temperature increase, and now the cyclones also. We never thought that Arabian Sea would have the cyclones, but we are having that problem as well. If you look at 1973 onwards, in Mumbai, in half a century, we have seen every decade temperature increasing by 0.25 degrees Celsius. The heat waves and extreme heat waves are increasing. For example, in the last 7 years, last 15 years, we have seen 7 heat wave events.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Sanjeev. Your slide is not moving.
Slide is not visible?
Yeah, it is not in the presentation mode.
Okay, just a minute. Is it okay now?
No, not yet. Or you can simply press F5.
Come to full screen mode, sir. F5.
F5, if you press it, it will go to
Just a minute. Okay, anyway, I think if it is not visible, I'll just speak what we have done.
Sir, it is visible, only it is not full screen. It doesn't matter even if it is like this.
It's not full screen, it's visible, not full screen.
So, slides
not full screen, but it is readable.
Is it readable, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so that's then we were speaking about the urban heat and urban heat islands in Mumbai. Every decade we have seen 0.25 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, but the climate change is not equally impacting all the people in city and in the country. The people in informal settlements, slums, densely populated areas where greenery is not there, it's all concrete. The temperature is roughly 6 to 8 degrees more than the other areas. At the same time, we will see then the flooding. Again, the extreme rainfall event, which we used to have roughly, one event in a year, that the number of days of the extreme rainfall event are increasing, and it is becoming not quite unpredictable. You have extreme rainfall few days, then suddenly you don't have rain, and then again this extreme rain comes. So I think that we all are observing the landslides, as I discussed earlier, that climate change is disproportionately impacting the poorer sections of the society. We have 287 locations where landslides, which are landslide prone, and 209 of them, these locations are in informal settlements on the hills, in the slums, where the underclass lives in the city. We are having coastal risks. The cyclones are increasing. The mangroves between 2008 to 2021, more than 325 hectares of dense mangrove has become sparse, and the Thane Creek is shrinking. These are some of air pollution. Fortunately, because of the sea, it is not as severe as you see in North India and Delhi and other cities, but still it is beyond the acceptable level, PM 2.5 and PM 10 levels, and nitrogen dioxide. So these are some of the challenges in Mumbai. We may not have been able to capture all the challenges, uh, but some of the challenges which Mumbai is facing because of climate change are, as I mentioned earlier. So we came out with the greenhouse gas inventory as well. And if you see, our greenhouse gas emission is 23.42 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent annually. So that much is the greenhouse gas inventory. But more important than that is that if we don't do anything over the last 3 decades, over the next 3 decades or so, this greenhouse emission will almost increase 3 times. It will become almost 65 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. But at the same time, if we work as usual with the way some of the activities, some of the initiatives we take, this emission can come down to 51.3 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So nothing much is going to change. But at the same time, if we are aggressive with our strategy, ambitious but achievable, not that which is not achievable, so then this emission can come down to 6.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that is, I think, the aim for all of us, that over the next 3 decades we should be able to reduce the carbon dioxide greenhouse gas emission in the city. How did we do it? We had 15 consultations with the subject experts, as well as the departments within the corporation, our zones, wards, and outside the municipal corporation, the departments, the state government, national government, NGOs, non-profits, and others as well. As I said, citizen consultations, we had more than 300 responses even during COVID when everything was shut. So they also responded very positively to our suggestions, and they gave suggestions as well. Now, what our plan does, the areas of intervention, we have 6 key sectors with the 24 priority actions. So we have identified 6 key sectors with 24 priority actions. If you see, the first is the energy building, integrated mobility, sustainable waste management, urban flooding, air quality, and the greening, urban greening, biodiversity. So these are the 6 areas where which we think are very important from the climate point of view, where we are going to intervene. And why we are going to intervene, I'll just explain in a minute. Out of the total greenhouse gas emissions, 72% of that comes from the stationary energy, the buildings in the city. And that's why our first intervention is going to be when it comes to the energy sector. Now, the energy sector, or the electricity consumption which we do in Mumbai, it is not produced in Mumbai. It is produced in somewhere in Nagpur division, Chandrapur, or somewhere else, which is coal-based. So the first priority in that would be, how can we decarbonize our electricity grid? Now, this is an area where I think the city cannot do much, or the state government, the national government of India will have to take the initiative when it comes to decarbonizing electricity grid. How can we have the low carbon buildings, passive design strategies? I think here the role of the private sector will be there. So how to have the buildings which are low carbon buildings. And the overall aim is that by 2050 we want to have that Mumbai's energy should come from the renewable sources, not the coal based. So that, I think, is the challenge for us for the next 2.5 to 3 decades, that all of our energy consumption, because 72% of our greenhouse gas emission comes from the energy sector. So that we should shift from the coal based to renewable. and the 40% of residential buildings should have the photovoltaics by 2050. We'll take up the sustainable mobility sector then. 18% of the total greenhouse gas emission comes from the mobility. So first is the energy, then is the mobility. Now, our aim is, as we have seen, I think some of you would be knowing that all of you would be knowing that a lot of work is going on when it comes to metro building in Mumbai. But at the same time, we have about 3,000 buses in Mumbai. So first is the public transport. How can we increase it from 3,000 within the next 7-8 years? We should move to around 10,000 buses, at least 10,000 buses in Mumbai, and then 100% of these buses will be the electrification of these buses by 2030. 2030 we have mentioned, but in our internal discussion in corporation and in the city, we have further reduced it to 2027. That already we are procuring electric buses. Best, which is our corporation, our sister company, is working on this. So how can we have almost 100% of our buses on electricity? That is first aim. Then the by 2050, not immediately, by 2050, we should have the private transport, the cars, the four-wheelers, the three-wheelers, and the two-wheelers on electricity. For that, you will need huge charging infrastructure in the city. We are having already having about 120 electric charging stations. We want to increase it to 1,500 over a period of time. So there you will have the role of the private sector, and the four-wheelers, the cars, three-wheelers, the two-wheelers. There you will have the role of the private sector in a big way. Then the freight movement, 100% of the freight movement should be electrified, and the non-motorized transport, walking, cycling, how can we promote it on a bigger scale in the city? So the first area for us to act is the energy sector. The second area is the mobility sector. The third now is the waste management. The 8% of the total greenhouse gas emission comes from the solid waste management, and in that there are two parts. One is the transportation of this waste, and second is the landfilling, where we are using this waste. So these are the two. So our aim is, how can we actually reduce the waste production at the household level? That is one. Then segregation at the household level, and then decentralized composting at the household level, at the community level, then the society, which is very less right now. What I know is that about 325 metric tons of waste is decentralized processed in the city out of 6,500 metric tons of the waste we produce daily. So, so we want to act on these two areas. So there, the non-organic waste, the paper, plastic, how can we recycle to the to great extent, and the organic waste can be composed in a decentralized fashion near the community in the city, so that the transportation comes down as well as the landfilling also comes down considerably. So these are three sectors where we are going to intervene aggressively. The fourth is going to be the greening. How can we have the maximum vegetation cover in the city? We are already having some of the Miyawaki plantation. We have already done, rather, in some places wherever the space is available, the Miyawaki plantation, the dense urban forest creation in the city. But we are also encouraging people, also individuals, also to plant. If I can plant at least one tree, the number of trees would increase substantially in the city. Then the air quality. The focus would be on monitoring how can we actually closely monitor the air pollution level, and then reduce whatever at what level we are there to 20-30% within next decade or so. And the fourth would be the urban flooding and the water resource. So as you would have seen that what we have created in some other places is the underground storage of water tanks, and they have helped us in reducing the flood level in the city compared to what we used to have over the over the years. So how can we have a decentralized collection of water, and 50% of water requirement, 50% of water consumption in the city comes from the decentralized water harvesting, and then the affordable drinking water, clean toilets in the city by the next 2 or 3 decades. These are the areas, but I must say that these are not the areas which probably encompass everything. There will be areas beyond that also, and that's why we say that after every 2 years we will revise our greenhouse gas inventory, and after every 5 years we will revise our Mumbai Climate Action Plan with the new changes, new technology, new innovations coming in the field. We have created the EV cell, and the electrification of buses, as I said earlier, is is an ongoing process in the city. That is our first priority. Now, who will do it? I think we keep discussing the various institutions, the government, and within the government, various institutions, corporations, states, then government of India, and then the corporate sector and the role of the community. I believe it's going to be a huge transition, tectonic change, and in this process, almost everybody will be involved. From the national government, as I said, that we want to decarbonize our electric grid, the government of India, the state government will be involved. Then the private sector, the buses, the charging infrastructure, the flood resistant building, the buildings which are low carbon buildings. So creating that kind of infrastructure, creating the vehicles electric vehicles, charging infrastructure, the private sector will come in a big way. And then at the community level, for example, I want to decentralize segregation of the waste, then community level processing, then tree plantation. Our non-motorized transport, doing away with my car and going to office walking, or on cycle. So I don't think any section of the society or any sector, whether it's government, non-government, non-profit, will not be involved in this transition. It's going to be huge transition over the next 2.5 decades, 3 decades. But I'm sure in India we can do it, and Maharashtra also we can do it. Maharashtra has already taken the leadership in some of the national initiatives. If you see the social reform movements in India, Shah Phule Ambedkar, Maharashtra was the leader. After that, the freedom movement, Maharashtra and Bengal were the leaders. We were again the leader. After independence, the decentralized governance, Jilla Parishad, municipal corporation, delegating the powers of governance to the local units. Again, Maharashtra was the leader. And after 1991, with economic reforms in industry and economic growth, again Maharashtra is the leader. I'm pretty sure that with our history of 250 years in the last, in some of the national initiatives, we were the leaders. I'm sure Maharashtra will be the leader in this as well. And again, I must say thank you. Thank you for having me, for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was very exciting and informative talk on Mumbai climate. Mumbai Climate Action Plan. Your title of the talk itself says that we are going to become net zero by 2050. So for the first time in this sustainability conference, we are hearing about some which is being offered by the top leaders from our own city. And you have very authoritatively said that Mumbai and Maharashtra is going to be the leader in the entire country, which is very exciting to know that not only our city but our state is taking lead and important measures towards sustainability. So it was very exciting to know about our own city through the top leaders. This is very thought-provoking, sir, I should say. You have explained us what are Mumbai's challenges and mainly about the air pollutions. You are giving us good hope that in these 3 years we can really turn around the situation. Although there is this greenhouse gas emission effect, but you give us hope that although it is ambitious, but yet it is achievable. I think this is very important to know that it is achievable, so that there can be some starting point to this. You also touched upon these 6 important sectors, and you have explained us that how PNC has taken it as on priority about the 24 priority action plan, which you mentioned, mainly about the energy sector. You explained that it is compulsory that all energy has to come from the renewable sources. And then you explained about the sustainable mobility, that we have to switch over to public transport. You also explained on waste management and how to manage it. Also about how BMC is managing the urban planning and the green cover and biodiversity. So BMC also, although as a layman, we see board everywhere, but we never come to know that what are the actual, action which BMC is taking to see that the common man like us and our citizens' life become easy, and also with important measures that you are taking towards sustainability. So you provide this much of comfort, but not compromising on sustainability. So it was very good to know that. And you also, as you said, that it has to happen through the citizen. So this bottoms up approach is something which is very important, and it is going to be the key features, because it is sustainability, as in the earlier talk, Madam has explained, that it is always a collaborative approach. It is not that only one person contributes to that or one agency contributes. So it is everybody's responsibility, because we have to hand over Mother Earth to the coming generation if not improved, at least in the as it is stage, so that they can also have the wonders, and they can enjoy the living healthy on this planet. So you said that there is this huge transition can be brought about only by involving all the agencies from, let's say, government sector or public sector, and especially bringing awareness in the local citizen. So it was very exciting to hear you, sir, and you have actually now got us into this alert and ready mode to work towards sustainability as a common man, with all the stakeholders from BMC and officers like you with us. I think we can make really a good change in the coming years. So once again, from the entire team of ICS 2022, I thank you, sir, for being with us here today and sparing your valuable time. Although you are so involved in so many things, but you honored our invitation and you are here. So I once again thank you all. Thank you for being here. We will now switch over to the next speaker, plenary speaker of the day, who's Dr. Mayank Kumar. One second. Who's Professor Mayank Vaya. I hope he is in the studio. Yeah.
Yes, he is in the studio. I'm in the studio, yes.
Welcome, sir. So it's a great pleasure to introduce you, and I should tell declare on this international platform that Professor Mayank Vaya is not a national figure, but he is a international person, a global name, a very popular figure who is loved not only by the scientific community, but also by the non-scientific community, because you are all over, you interact with people, and he is actually the people's man. So I would now also introduce some of his affiliations. So Professor Mayank Vaya is currently the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at NMIS Villeparle. Professor Vaya, he has done his PhD in astronomy and physics, and he is retired from the Department of Astronomy and Astrophysics at TFR in the year October 2018. At TFR, he worked on space-based telescope that were flown to NASA's space shuttle, one Russian satellite and several Indian satellites. Later, he pursued his interest in the history of astronomy and science in ancient civilization. All through his career, he was keen on student training and initiated the Astronomy Olympiad program in India which not only created and cultivated interest in astronomy in young students, but the Indian team have performed very well in the international events. So he has been a thorough leader all through in whatever endeavors he has undertaken. After his retirement, he has taken up the responsibility of setting up innovative undergraduate program in mathematical sciences at Narsimhanji Institute of Management Studies in Mumbai. For the past several years, he has been working in the discipline of archaeoastronomy, a very rare field, which is unventured field, I would say, and has done some path-breaking research in this field. For all of us here at University of Mumbai, he is the key person who has been instrumental to not only to acquire, but to set up a unique AMS facility, which is accelerated mass spectroscopy at the University of Mumbai campus. A very unique, one of its kind facility to be installed first means in the state of Maharashtra. So for the citizens and for the non-scientific community, I should say that this facility is very useful to find the age of very old objects, ancient objects such as the age of the dinosaurs egg or maybe the volcanic stones of erupted from the volcanoes. So which are almost of the order of 5,000 plus years. So this AMS facility, which is here at the campus, people are showing so much interest. Sir. I get so many phone calls from the local people, being the head of the physics department, to in search of this facility which is very unique to our Maharashtra state. So sir has been our leader and academician, and I'm very happy and we are really honored and privileged to have you here on the ICS platform, sir. You're here to deliver your experiences and your talk, and I invite you once again to deliver your talk, and over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I need some help in getting my PPT on the screen.
Sure, sir. Sure. There is one. There is one plus button at the bottom of your screen. Here
so there is a share click. I clicked on the share.
Yes. So IT team, please.
When I say share screen, it says your browser has blocked the window. I don't know how to handle that.
So there is. Are you joining from the Mac system?
No,
there is a plus icon at the bottom of your. It says share. Please click upon that.
Yeah. So when I do that, it says your browser has blocked the screen. It says your browser has blocked the screen.
You are there very much on that.
No, sir. Sometimes our systems, if there must be a firewall from this system, so you have to give some permissions to your own local computers.
Yeah. Now, how do I do that? Is the question.
Maybe you can just log out and come in once again, sir. I'll admit you immediately.
Yeah. Let's try.
Yesterday, again, the last speaker faced the same problem in the morning.
Yeah. Dr. Nimkar reported that there is something called a system preferences. You have to give permission to your own system.
Yeah. Just give me a second, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now what do I do? Share?
Then select the share screen. Then click on entire screen.
Yeah, okay.
Entire screen, yeah. Then click share.
Yeah, but how come it is not showing me a PPT as a window?
No, it will show you share the entire screen and select the PPT.
Can you see my PPT?
Yeah, it is there.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I've been asked to talk on education and sustainable development. So I can start, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Please.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you very much for the generous words you've said about me. I'm quite touched by it, and I'm going to talk. I don't think you're going to like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. So I'm going to talk about education and sustainable development. So I've attended some of the presentations that have gone on over here, and there seems to be a sense that just by tinkering to what is happening around us, we will be able to overcome these issues of environment. We are not going to overcome them. The earth and human existence is today under stress like it has never been before. Let us get it very straight. We have created unnatural and unsustainable changes. There is a genuine question whether human life can be sustained on Earth and whether continuing existence of humans will make Earth unlivable for all. And this is a serious question. Remember, nature answered this question very dramatically about 65 million years ago when dinosaurs became so huge that it became unwieldy for their existence to continue. And it took nature only 1 year. Just a single stone 5 kilometers across was thrown on the earth, and all the dinosaurs are gone within a year, within 3 years or something. So we should not be arrogant into thinking that we are going to be around all the time. The earth, the nature is seriously evaluating whether it is worth having human beings or an intelligent life form as a life form on earth. And we should be very careful, and we should not take this situation lightly at all. We have reached a stage where there are at least 3 different clear attacks on human existence that have arisen, and nature may choose at least any of these 3 or at least any of the first 2 if she so wishes, and we should know that. The first is environmental degradation. The way we have been degrading the environment is unbelievable. The dynamics of the earth is gone. The ice is melting, which means that the pressure on the terra firma is being altered. Environment is being altered. Heat transportation is altered. Weather patterns are altering. Sea levels are getting to rise. Ozone is whole destruction means that UV light is coming. Essentially, we have a completely chaotic environment today, and no environmental protection models are working. Madhya Pradesh, central India, is essentially becoming unlivable with temperatures running to 42 and 45. Even the so-called developing countries are struggling because London had a temperature of 40 degrees, which is not heard of in the history of this planet. So there are serious problems there, and nature may simply take that to a little extreme and wipe us out without too much difficulty. An easier solution for nature, as nature has just demonstrated, is to simply put a little bit of COVID-19 amongst humans. The total weight of all the COVID-19 germs that affected anybody on the earth, the total weight of that entire species would be less than about 2 grams. That is how little of these microbes are required to wipe us out on earth. And nature has already demonstrated that can be done very effectively. Another variant of my COVID can seriously create problems for us. And the third, of course, is man-made nuclear holocaust. With the kind of wars that are going on in Ukraine and what is going on around Taiwan, it is nobody's bet that nuclear holocaust is not around the corner. And we need to be very, very careful. And the reason why I mentioned this, that education system is supposed to train our children who will take the country not only into the middle of this century, but even towards the end of this century. And they need to be aware as to which place we are in. We are not in a happy place by any stretch of imagination. The large-scale changes in environmental and are particularly serious. The way we have mined the earth, we have removed oil from the earth, creating large vacuum spaces inside the earth, changing the mass distribution. The sunlight that has fallen on earth for millions of years that got converted into plants and eventually into oil is simply being burned. So today we are using solar energy not as we get from the sun, but as we got it for hundreds of millions of years and burning it up in a matter of a century. We are not sensible. Changes in the biosphere are destroying our habitat. The way we are occupying land and simply grabbing land for the pleasure of the rich is something that is a disaster that has got really out of hand. Changes in the environment and the pollution. We are adding poisonous gases and fertilizers into the sea. We are adding environment-destroying gases on the earth. We are adding radio noise into the environment. And we are adding radioactive material into the environment like never before. 3 major nuclear reactor disasters have happened within the last 30-40 years. We are not a good species to have on Earth. Let us be very clear about that. The changes in the upper atmosphere and ozone layer, etc., is another game changer. changes in the space that we are creating through satellites and literally satellite and rocket debris are falling on our head as we walk around on Earth. What are we doing? There are problems that we are leaving our coming generation with. We are handing over to them technologies that we did not have the wisdom to test well and did not try it properly, and we are just handing it over to them. Nuclear disasters is one example. The kind of electronic gadgets that seem to blow off, the electric cars that are going to bang into people, the telephones that keep exploding. We are giving them untested technology. We are giving them a society that is under transition, where the entire election system and the political system is such that it thrives on division rather than unification. Every politician wants to go for a small, minor group of guaranteed voters, even if it is at the cost of the society as large. The most powerful nations of the world have proven that their diplomatic skills don't exist. They do not know how to coexist. In the last 100 years, we have had 2 world wars, and we are probably around the corner for the third world war, either in Taiwan or in Ukraine, depending on your choice. We are creating environmental changes, the like of which have never been seen before, and put our experience under a cloud, existence under a cloud, whether we can survive that or not. Population explosion coupled with improved healthcare means that today there are more old people than young, and old people are not efficient. And therefore the fewer the young who have to provide with for the more of the olders, it's only going to get life more difficult, non-productive, and therefore the standards of living will have to plummet. An economy that is borrowing from the future left, right, and center. Every deficit economy means that we are borrowing from the future, and every economy in the world is a deficit economy. We are plundering resources. We are even plundering resources of the future. Forget about the present and the past. The political system that has plenty of problems, from endemic corruption to divisiveness and an increasingly acrimonious nature of debates that are going on in the country today. The coming generation will need all its wisdom to command and overcome these problems. And when I was talked about environment, education, and sustainable development, these are the issues that I think are most important. So there are challenges to education. If we are to save ourselves, we have to fundamentally reorganize our lives to be closer to that period before industrial revolution. The crisis that we are handling today is not a crisis that was created yesterday. It was a crisis that started 400, 500 years ago, and today has simply reached its with its exponential growth, has now reached a breaking point where nature may well have to choose between human beings and life on Earth, and the bet would not be in favor of human beings. We live in we'll have to localize consumption patterns. We will have to learn to be less greedy. We the phase of 1960s, when countries chose to be producers and countries that chose to be workshops, etc., are gone. We are that kind of large-scale global exchange of material and people and flying around are gone. Those are days of the past. That kind of comfort level of 1960s is gone. Education has to change to make sure that the coming generation is aware of this. It is not just a question of giving them software skills. It's a question of giving them an understanding as to where the world is headed. Maybe only 1.1% of them will try and solve the problem, and the other 99.9% will simply be observers, but they still need to be aware of what is happening. From very young age, children need to understand that non-sustainability of the present trajectory of human life. It is non-sustainable by any stretch of imagination. We need to go back to the basics of life. What is human existence? What is life? And how much should you borrow from future? And those are questions we need to worry about. We are entitled to nothing. Human beings should not feel that we are the epitome of creation and therefore we are entitled to everything and everything is ours. It is not. Nature chooses life and the complexity and elegance of life and solves problems of life in its own way. She at one stage thought that maybe bigger is stronger, and therefore in the Darwinian fight for survival, size might be a good idea. Until size got out of hand and eventually dinosaurs had to go. Nature has then chosen intelligence as a way of doing that. But I don't think nature has been able to make human beings intelligent enough to be more forthcoming. I mean, even today, in this time of crisis, coal-fired power generations are being switched on, oil is being switched on, new avenues are being created to borrow more from nature rather than to reduce our quality of life. We have got it all wrong. The amount of intelligence we have is sufficient to put us under a cloud, but not enough to get us out of it. We need to worry about this very seriously. We need to redesign education, therefore. We therefore need to redesign education in every aspect of it. It is essential that we separate what is necessary from what is luxury and what is extravagant. And for everything that is luxury and extravagant, we need to think twice before we do it, the so-called carbon footprint measurements. The current carbon footprints are simply unsustainably large. I mean, why do I really need to have an apple that was grown in Europe or China or somewhere? I may get a little less juicy apple from my neighboring farm, but it is much better to use an apple from a neighboring farm. I need to reduce the level of luxury I am demanding. We need to drastically reduce our carbon footprint on footprint in general on Earth. We need to go by what we need, not by what we would like to have and what would be fun to have. We need to separate our essentials from our luxuries. We need to localize. We need to localize and consume what is locally available rather than get everything from everywhere. It is just proven to be too much. Otherwise, we are doomed. We have no alternative. We are like a child in a bathtub that has switched on the tap of these great technologies and does not know how to close it. Whether we'll survive or drown depends on the size of the tap and or the child's ability to learn to close the tap. But all indications are the child has no clue about how to learn to switch off the tap and doesn't even think that switching on the tap is now necessary. So if the tub is deep, we are going to slip and sink. And that is a very scary thought. Kafka says that in a war between you and the world, bet on the world. And you better be careful. So what is education? We need to look back at the very idea of what is education. Education is about making children cultured and giving them wherewithal to live amicably in a society. Earning money is just one of the many goals of education. Einstein says that education is what remains when all that is learned is forgotten. We need education. We do not need just technical skill transfer. So what is sustainable education? And sustainable education has multiple facets. There are, for example, sustainability of educational institutions, not just financially, not just physically, but in a more profound sense of the word. And I'll come to that in a minute. Sustainability of those who are educated. Those who are educated should remain educated rather than become greedy and self-obsessed. We need society that can build up on an educated environment. We need all these three, and all these things are important, and I'll come to them one after another. So what is sustainability of educational institutions? There are several aspects to educational institutions. Educational institutions are places where children come to imbibe the value system of the culture in which they are living, to acquire knowledge and skills for their survival and employability in the future, and to understand who they are and the socio-economic and cultural environment in which they are living. So a teaching institution has all these aspects. Its infrastructure and building an environment. We need to worry about that. A child in the middle of a highly polluted environment breathing that dirty coal air is not going to be able to do well. Somewhere along the line, schools need special clean privileges for the young ones. We need talented teachers as individual and as a group, because even an individual, well-dedicated teacher will suffocate in a non-friendly environment. We need an ecosystem for teachers where good teachers can talk to each other, improve upon each other, push each other harder, and create an environment of learning and teaching. We need to create an infrastructure that is attractive to students and help them learn on long-term sustenance and study of environment. We need to create an environment so that students can carry their value systems into their real life. When I was a child, this was not a requirement. When I was a child, I just learned the subjects in the school and came back home and my value system was given to me at home. Today, homes don't exist. With husband wife going to work and coming back late in the evening and tired, they have no interest in their children. Their children are simply their insurance policy for the future, but right now simply to be muddled through. Value systems have to be given, especially in nuclear families. The childs are left to maids and their companions to create value systems when they are too young to do that. The second point is that we forget the basic, a very fundamental question is that human beings were designed to eat, not be eaten, and reproduce. Given that environment, we have five senses, and our eyes are the strongest senses. We learn visually, and no schools are being constructed where staircase looks like a DNA molecule or where the crystal structure is what is replicated in the school environment. So the child sees those shapes and those atomic structures as visual images long before they come across it in the classroom. We need to change the very architecture of the schools if these children are going to be intuitively learning what we want them to learn. Classrooms can only be so effective. Eventually, we are visual animals. We need to visualize, and the better you make my environment visually attractive and scientifically accurate, or at least modeling of scientific things very accurate, the better the students will be. And we don't bother about it. I haven't seen a single school in India that doesn't look like a matchbox. That doesn't look like a matchbox. And we are not doing a good job of that. Then we have sustainability in education. Unused knowledge has a life expectancy of 3 years. For God's sake, nobody remembers unused knowledge for more than 3 years. So why are we dumping our children with massive amount of information which they are never going to use? And they're going to forget in 3 years flat. That is why you have on television competitions like Are You Brighter Than an 8th Standard Student? And many parents fail because unused knowledge has been deleted from 3 years. So where are we giving? What are we giving in education? Dumping knowledge is not giving information. Giving them technical skills is not education. Hence, it is important that students are not just informed or forcibly required to reproduce some information for a short period of time. That's what we are doing. We are giving them information, dumping it into them, asking them to deliver it by the end of the year, and then you can forget about it. What are we doing? If they are teachers from Maharashtra and if you can speak Marathi, listen to Pula Deshpande complain about his school and how from a child's perspective how pathetic these schools are, what our education system is. It is important to get them excited. It is important to get them interested in learning. It is important to get them to learn. Teaching from outside will always have limited application. It is important to make them to learn that they make it a habit to learn all the time. Today, the world is such that no job remains stationary for 5 years. Under those environments, why are you dumping them with information so that their present day works? It is more important to give them the skills to learn, and I'll come to that a little more in a few minutes. We need to create courses that have continuing education built into them for teachers and for students and for middle-aged people. We don't do that. We assume that once they leave the college or whatever after bachelor's or master's, etc., they are on their own and they can learn whatever they want on their own. They can't. We need to make them aware of the challenges of the way we are living the world today is a complete disgrace. So what do we need to do for the education system tomorrow? We need to enthuse the children into learning. We need to make education children-centric and not compromise on the quality and retention of knowledge. I could go into depth on each kind experiments have been done with which have not fully succeeded. We make education versatile in terms of making students appreciate technology and the vastness of human learning and expression. Today, 12th standard students pass things that doing engineering, so either software or engineering or medicine is the only thing that is life in future. It is not. It's a very small part of life. We need to make education universal. Why are urban centers the sole source of education? Somewhere we are getting it wrong. We need to make democracy universal and not just in terms of adult franchise and voting. Each human being has a right to not accept knowledge until he or she is convinced that that knowledge is correct. Which means that teachers in particular, but people in general would be questioned, and they have to convince their audience that what they are saying is legitimate before it is accepted. Otherwise, you end up like a situation in America where the American president gets up and says that all the news is hoax and I'm telling you that I won the election, and the whole world goes crazy. You don't want that situation. You want democracy where people can check the information that is being dumped to them. You need to produce scientifically and culturally literate and well-adjusted children with a proper value system. Otherwise, you will have people who will look at the stamp paper and say, oh, I can print it in my workshop and make a lot of money out of it. Somewhere along the line, the value system is missing. Teachers teach children to think for themselves. For God's sake, we don't teach children to think. That is one thing we discourage very heavily. We sanitize. I mean, there are teachers who think that they should have all the answers, and if they don't have the answers, it looks bad on them, and therefore the teacher should not be allowed to ask questions for which they don't know the answer. Why? No human being knows everything. There are competitions even on Google what Google doesn't know. So it is okay to not know. But a teacher who says that I don't know something, goes back and comes back saying that I found out what you wanted, is a far more valuable teacher than a teacher who says shut up for asking questions. We need to sensitize children again to the upcoming problem. The non-formal education in India is a disaster by every stretch of imagination. I'll come to that in a minute. It says that it needs a whole village to raise a child. Because a child gets its experience, its knowledge, its understanding from all the variety of experiences that he or she encounters during the early life. Education is not, bringing up a child is not something a family can do. It is done by the society at large. A child receives information all the time and not just from the classroom or from the parents. We therefore need to ensure that even the subconscious information they are receiving through interaction with the society are of proper kind. This is definitely not happening. And I'll show you the examples of why it is not happening. The advertising agencies make virtue out of greed. Get your money anyhow, but you must have a motorbike that is more noisy and more glamorous looking than your neighbors. Why? You need motorcycle to get from point A to point B. So why this encouragement to greed? Because somebody wants to make a profit and he wants to buy an aeroplane so that if you buy enough motorbikes of his, he will buy a better aeroplane for himself. What is going on? The film industry thrives on violence and vulgarity. It is rare to see an actress go through an entire movie properly and fully dressed. What is going on? What are we teaching? Are we telling them the difference between sex and love? We are not. We are letting them happily mix these two completely different concepts. The political class is not exactly an epitome of virtue either, and some of the most famous misdeeds are from politicians, and I hardly need to emphasize that. The degradation of status of women and minority by those in majority or those men has reached endemic proportions. What is happening? Are we educating? Are we even competent to talk to our children? I don't think we are. Self-serving, greedy parents who leave their children their young ones to the mercy of their servants because their next vacation should not be in Kandala, it should be in Europe. Just for that little extra money, they will leave their children to servants and maids and the value system that they get on the street. We are not bothered about our generation. The children learn an information environment that is exactly what they should not be exposed to. And they should know that the value system that they're seeing in film industry or advertising industry are exactly the value systems they should not be having. What are we doing? Role of teachers in the context of teaching. So today there is coaching class fancy. So every child goes to coaching classes and they learn from coaching classes. And then the teachers come and ask me, sir, my class students anyway go to coaching classes. So why do I need to waste my time going to school? And there are some schools that are actually attached physically to coaching classes who have expertise in dumping information into child's mind for a year to clear the next examination or whatever they want to do. Those are information dumping centers. Those are not education centers. And in the context of coaching classes, in fact, the role of teacher becomes even more critical. Teachers today need to help students explore the possibilities of life. There is really no limit. Give the students the confidence that they can study and learn anything they want. Teach them how to be critical. Listen to everything, but make sure that you make up your own mind because you are convinced what is right or wrong. Teaching the children to be civilized in every sense of the word. Teaching them to transcend their life's limitation. You may be from a particular background and therefore there is a sense that there is self-limiting. It is not. What limits you place on your life is your choice. And if you are willing to take the sweat and pressure and hard work that is required, there is really no limitation. But it requires hard work. Explain to them that there are no shortcuts to life. Every shortcut that exists in life is not worth taking because either it is illegal or immoral. Tell them that there will be success and failures in life. For God's sake, prepare them as much for failures so that they can handle failures as much as handle their successes. In success, it is important to be polite. In failures, it is necessary to be firm. Nobody is talking this to the children. We need to tell them that success itself is a self-measure. Don't crave for recognition from others, and that you should be happy within yourself when you have made a success. Teach them the value system of why a human being living in society must be mutually accommodative rather than abrasive and aggressive and try and grab everything. Teach them to think, for God's sake. Don't teach them just to vomit out information. Give them an ability to create a framework in which they can think. The most important role for a teacher can play today is to give them the confidence, not just the wherewithal, the confidence to understand and live a life. We don't do this. Society is building upon an educational environment which is crazy. We think education is training. Education is not training. Education is something beyond training. Let the coaching classes do the training. You educate. There are two different environments, and there are two completely different challenges, and there are two completely different problems. Education, remember, is not training. Being sensitive to life in general, being welcomed in society, has nothing to do with your educational qualification. There is no graduation in being humanism, or there is no graduation of being a human being. Human nature is far more important than wealth and education. Human nature is far more important than wealth and education. Wealth may get you admirers and even jealousy, but it will get you no respect. It is therefore important that we teach our students the importance of being educated, and not only on their own, but also as a group. They should not become a mob. Many of us lose our intelligence when we are in a group. Carried away by the moment is a common phrase that is used. Why are you getting carried away? It's a weakness of personality to get carried away. So whether you are as an individual or even as a group, keeping your virtue is a necessary part of education. Thinking is quality that all students need. I cannot overemphasize this. Many people are simply going by propaganda today, seeing the fancy advertisement of a motorcycle and just wanting it, irrespective of whether they have to steal money for it or whether they have to bankrupt their parents for it. What is going on? The bottom line is that human existence is on the precipice, and we are about to self-destruct. And our coming generation has a right to know. And our coming generation needs to be given enough breathing space that when they become adults, they have been aware of the problem for several years, if not decades, and therefore they have some idea of what it is. Human life, therefore, cannot continue as before. We need some fundamental changes in the way we live as individuals and as societies. Education of tomorrow will have to sensitize the coming generation to this. Our current education system is a complete disaster. And we think putting a band-aid on a place which requires stitches is just silly. But education is far more complex and not just a question of transferring information or training or skill capabilities. Education is educating. Education is what remains when all that is learned is forgotten, says Einstein. We need to educate them at a literal level by informing them of the current state of knowledge, giving them technical skills, and so on. We need to educate them at an abstract level by helping them take a wider perspective of the world and life at large. we need to educate them at a subliminal level, where the understanding goes beyond the formal, and the imageries and ideas and value system that they imbibe become subconscious in them. We need to understand human relations to nature like never before. The arrogance of 16th, 17th, 18th century are gone. They have proven to be a disaster. We need to be sensitive that we are living in an environment whose masters are not humans but nature, and that we need to be respectful of nature. As of now, we have no clue how to do this. The solutions that have come from learned society as a whole have not, the solutions that have come so far have not come from individuals, will never come from individuals. These are problems that are so large that no individual will be able to solve it. You will need the wisdom of an entire society built up over thousands of years to see where we go from here. But currently, if we continue to move the way we are moving, we are headed for a disaster. And the way Europe, for example, has demonstrated that it is incapable of solving problems, we are in a serious trouble. So let me see if we fail, what happens. If we fail, then we will have little choice but to write this little letter that I found in a comic. But before we do that, you should remember that, for example, Europe and the white people who have been leading the world for the last 400 years have proven to be disaster. They do not even know how to get along with each other. Over the last 100 years, we have had 2 world wars, and we are probably just around the corner for a 3rd world war. Each world war is an environmental disaster. How much, and it gains stupid territory, a piece of land for one person, one king or another. It adds nothing to human life as a whole, but destroys the environment like nothing else. There are no leading thinkers in this world who can help us with this. The problem is so large that a well-designed educational system that sensitizes these children to where they are headed will only come out with a solution. No individual, no groups of individuals will be able to tell you. But let us not delude ourselves. We are not in a position where tinkering here and tinkering there is going to get us out of this mess. We are on the precipice of world wars. We are on the precipice of the way human population has gone and the way we exploit natural resources. Germs can easily jump from one species to another. COVID came from bats. Monkeypox came from monkeys. So viruses and other bacteria are jumping. With the warming of the world, these kind of animal forms are going further north and south, even creating more contact. We have a natural disaster. The earth has become completely unstable. Temperature rise of 1.1 degree has already occurred. 1.5 is unavoidable, and probably 2.5 is what is going to happen. And if 2.5 degree rise in temperature happens, you can forget about all the ice on earth, which means the entire terra firma is going to be redesigned with the reduced pressure, which means you will have many, many more volcanoes, you will have many, many more heat, you will have many, many more cyclones, you are going to have many, many more heat waves. I mean, in 10 years, Madhya Pradesh will become unlivable. What are you doing? So for my generation, I am of course 66 and aging close to the average life expectancy of humans. So I can afford to do this. So this is from Peanuts, if you're familiar. It says, "Dear son, I will be away from home when you come from school today. I've been invited to a bridge party. I'm leaving a sandwich and milk in the refrigerator." And then the mother adds, "Study hard today. Make us proud of you. The future is in the hands of your generation. I suppose in many ways our generation failed yours, but we did try. Please judge us as mercy. The way we are going, there'll be nobody around to read these notes from us. We need to be careful." Thank you very much.
Excellent talk, sir. You always leave us spellbound, and you are an excellent orator. In fact, we feel as if we are standing under the tree of wisdom. And actually, your title itself says education and sustainable development. What can be more apt topic for a typical university system? I think that you have given us a complete new education policy, a new treatise on education, which should be compiled into a book. And I feel that this new education policy for a new NEP 2020 should now be replaced by new NEP 2022, written and drafted and being taught by right from you, all the lessons from Professor So, sir, you begin with a strict warning from to all of us that Mother Nature is not going to forgive humanity, and very well said, sir. But and you always leave the audience with who never go empty-handed, but you always give them a food for thought. You explained us how a virus of about 2 angstrom diameter can disrupt and wipe out the entire humanity. So you have yesterday, Honorable Bhushan Patwardhan sir made a quote that there has always been early warning, but the lessons were learnt very late. And it is, in fact, you have now very well explained the meaning of that statement in a very elaborate way by stating that all this destruction started actually 400 years ago with the Industrial Revolution. And then you directly came upon the new way of education, that how to change it, how to change the world. Maybe only, although only 1% students may change, but then that is also welcome. So you are every word and every line of your lecture needs a volume of sir, another book to be submitted for that. And we are really overwhelmed. Means we feel that what to write and what to note down we don't understand, because every statement comes as a warning, as a lesson, and as a education on. I feel I should start all over again on how to parent. Means you gave lessons on parenting as well, that we are not actually parenting and leaving our children in the company of the maid, which is actually happening in case of working parents. And you have also given the example of Pula Deshpande's impression about the school. That impression says that school is a prison, and I have heard that. And yes, sir, we need to localize education. And you gave that very good example of making it very clear that what is disaster and what is the pictorial thing about sustainability, that it is a child in a bathtub with the tap on and doesn't know whether to get out and how to close. You also gave good lessons on sustainable education very elaborately, that what does a sustainable education institute means, and we need a talented group of teachers. It is not that one teacher will make the whole difference, but we need the community of talented teachers. Also, a very innovative and excellent example which you gave, and you have put forward, that at least you can make your staircase look like a DNA. And I'm just imagining that how interesting it would be, and children will know that how the DNA coils are, they are coiled and how they are wrapped with each other. And then if you can make a staircase, and I am on the board of some schools, and I will definitely, try to inculcate this and give this good tip that you have given us. So, sir, you are excellent orator. Orator is just a small word. You are a visionary, and I think this needs to be converted into, the whole lecture needs to be converted into treatise on education, which we are going to do it. I promise you on that. So you said that we should make education universal, and very well said. No job will remain the same in the coming 5 years. We totally agree with that. And for me, the take back, and I was really impressed by this, by your thought that a child is never raised by parents, which means, where the parent from nuclear family believe that we are only raising the child, but we never observe that the child is raised by the entire village and the entire community. So your every observation about the society is so meticulous. And sir, whenever we call you in the orientation course, Shanti madam, and I myself had to hear your lectures, and we feel that you should go on and on for 3 hours, 4 hours. We never come to know about the time. You always leave us spellbound, sir. And teaching children to transcend their life limitation. Sir, you should visit every school every day. I think, and then teach the teachers. So education should start from that, sir, from the starting point, and we should really teach students that confidence to live. I mean, sir, your talk is more spiritual, I would say, and it is revolutionary. because these are the action. This is the action plan, and these are the guidelines on how the education should go. And this is actually sustainability in education. And if we don't take the measures and step now, you have warned in your lecture that how we are leading to disaster, and disaster not only in every field of life, to say that. So we need to educate students, and when we are going to leave this earth, we need to hand over the safe earth to our children. At least that gift we have to give to the coming generation. Sir, your lecture is mind blowing, awesome, sir. We have no words are we fall short of words to say thank you. I'm thankful to Anuradha Madam, Garge Madam, that she invited you, and you were the most suitable person to be on this platform. I really remain grateful to you. And there are few things, few suggestions from me. Please visit every school so that they will start making differences. And we as professor will also inculcate such behavior. That is a promise from all of the university professor here, sir. And on behalf of Honorable Vice Chancellor and the entire team of the International Conference on Sustainability,
Thank you very much.
I'm grateful to you that you are always connected to the university. So
I'm alumnus of your department. I'm an alumnus of physics department of Bombay University.
I was not very sure, so I refrained myself.
No, I am. I did my MSc from Bombay University.
You are our own person. So
yes. Thank you very much.
A small word, but I thank you, sir, from all my heart. With the department, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Okay, I leave now.
So, am I audible, madam?
Yeah, you are.
Yes. Thank you to the speakers, Stephen Lang from BASF, Sanjeev Kumar, IAS Additional Commissioner, and Mayank sir for delivering the very important talk in this particular ICS-2022. I also thanks to Professor Vaishali Bambole madam for chairing this session. Thank you, madam. So I declare the session is over. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's completely my pleasure. So we break for lunch.